Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the recovery addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican po rin, pero
All right. Wow, I wasn't expecting my face to be quite as large as it was right then when I when I hit that button. But a quick button correction would made it possible thanks to my Stream Deck XL. You can always save me when I push the wrong thing. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. Recovery Addict here with you this morning, kicking off the weekend. Well, the weekend's been kicked off. Like kicked off the schedule. We're now kicking off the week. I wish we were kicking off another weekend. That would be nice. But nope, we're here for the long haul. We are not done yet. All right, I think I'm just making sure everything is working that should be. I think it is. I think I'm a little tall. I might need to go down just a tiny bit. New chair. Oh, it's so nice. It's so nice. The judge is actually jealous here in the courtroom of my chair. As he gazes down at my throne, I just look at him and grin. Welcome, good morning. It's good to have you here, especially Toxic, first in chat this morning. Toxic, congratulations. Toxic is one of the proud owners, creators, the managers of the Discord channel, which we frequent so often. It's the As the Gavel Drops Discord channel. Does a great job over there preparing all things true crime related. Any court case, crime related that you are following, it probably has a file on Discord over there with more information than you knew existed about it. Highly recommend going and checking that out. Thank you very much, Toxic, for being here first. I've got to say thanks to Franco as well. I think Franco's in chat already. I got a text this morning of a cinnamon roll, which looked delicious. I could not quite smell it, but I'm sure it did smell delicious. And Franco said it was delicious. So thank you for 25% of a cinnamon roll. I got to view it. That's awesome. Hopefully you all had a fabulous breakfast this morning as well, because we've got a lot of things happening today. Most notably, there's my chair. Look, it just creeps into the picture. This is such a nice chair. I was debating sleeping in this one, but I've got a bed that was a little bit better for that. Crazy stuff over the weekend as far as storm goes. Most of the sort of from Texas all the way to the coast east on the southern United States has had some sort of storms, as well as there's some in California happening again. I think I was seeing reports that Utah was getting half a foot of snow or something overnight, and it was still coming down. So depending on where you're at there, you might have a little more, a little less. So quite a few of you are probably got a little bit of weather in your neck of the woods. Please stay safe. There was some very bad storms last week with some extreme damage as well. So please stay safe. Let's see. We have, it's time for roll call, and my program is not yet working, and I think I owe somebody a file that I have not sent. That's my bad. Wait for it. Okay. Why is that not working? Okay, well, we'll start with roll call, and I'll have to do it manually. We'll go back to the old way. And, of course, I missed everybody. Hang on a second. Scroll up. See if I can get to the top. See, J.C. Tratnick, good morning. Toxic Orchid. Laura, Minsky, James Peacock, Kathy, T-Rocks, Micah Ruddle. Mustang Guy, 79. Red Pen, good morning to you. Patricia Kunstman. Kathy, TA, Jiggly Jules, H-Frame, Norma Go, good morning. Taking it easy. That's Monday for us. Kick back, take it easy. Alexis is here. Richard on a globe. I'm looking on a different machine than I normally do. I normally look over there, but it always lets me down, and I miss some of you. So we'll try this way. James Peacock, Damaris Gonzalez, good morning. We say howdy here. Suzanne, Abby UK, good morning to you, Abby. Hold Your Horses, Tina P. Let's see, Laura. Indie Artworks, good morning. O-Town Chill. I think James Peacock, I think we got you already, but we'll do it again. Roland Steady. Ritz, Suzanne, Georgia Culture. Sharon McDonald. 6 Volt Bus, good morning. Jeanette French, Pete Stone. Gail Pett. Share Bear, good morning. KX Star, Nick Hewitt. Weather Watch, good morning, Thomas. Hope you had a great weekend and not too busy with all the weather. Let's see, Share Bear, Ohio Mama. Gordon. Good morning, Rolling Steady. See you there. Of course, no chats are not showing up on screen because I'm reading out the wrong machine here. Sorry about that. JC Tratnik, gotcha. Golden Girl, Dallas Born, Boston Bred. Last Poet. Gabriella. See, Angie, Shells, Patricia Turner, Eddie, Izzy Watts, Mary Murphy, Jackie Hughes, good morning. Ginger Meadows, I think we've got you a couple times. May is here. Natural Empress, Eileen Thurling from the northeast of England. Welcome, Eileen. And let's see, Lee, Linda Hill, Miss Beasy, good morning. Angelina Knox, good morning to you. I have to tell my story about, before I get too far, I have to tell a story about what we did over the weekend. Interesting little thing. I'll get to that. Don't let me forget. So someone remind me when I get to the end of roll call here. Let's see, DSN. Patricia, Puppy Dog Sherpa Bone Digger is here. Diana Carruthers. John Blake, Mary Murphy, Tag. I always talk about things that aren't relevant. Tag is here. Good morning, Tag, with the peeps. That was the first peeps I heard, I think. T-Rocks. Katrina, good morning. 80s Music Man, good morning to you. It skipped. I was doing so well. Marissa, Picky, Matthew Harris. I think I'm getting everybody. Big Mike, Lynn Hoke, DMB Secondus. Good morning, wake up. You're yawning still. It must be early. Laura Rich, Judy, Katrina, 80s Music Man, Judy, Michelle Stark, Michaela R, Hold Your Horses, Suzanne. I think I'm caught up. Who did I miss? Raise your hands if I missed you. Like TW, sorry, and Maggie Carr, Katerina Scaracella, Linda Hill. Yeah, we'll do the Scott story. We'll do the Scott story this morning. As you guys know, I told you I was going to go with my family and go check out a fun place. Rhonda, Be Kind, Calypson's Vixen. Oh, good morning, Amber. Hope you had a good one. Amy Allen, I missed you. Sunshine Sarah. Sorry, man, the mouse is fighting me here. We've got to figure this out. Baseball Dad, 1007. Michaela R says I got here earlier. I was here earlier, got a call, so now I'm late. Paula Brown, good morning. I think we got most of you. Oh, there we go. And Laura Perchula, Queen Olive, Gwen Pigeon, good morning. Yeah, Puppy, I turned off the party sound. That was just for the birthday. It was a limited time only command. Be Kind is here. Ann Shatcher, Mary Murphy, B Pattern. Not One Man's View. Missed you again. Sorry about that. SoCo Judy, Carolina Girl, 80s Music Man, Georgia Culture. I'm just calling everybody who had their hands up. A couple of you have done it a couple times. William Fagan, good morning. Debbie Wilson as well. Okay, so time for a Scott story. Where family decides we're going to go. We decided we were going to go check out the North Carolina Transportation Museum. Okay, and if you hear any irony in this story, feel free to point it out.
You're talking about stuff
So
that is not relevant.
We decide to get up early because it's a long way away. So we get up before the sun comes up, wake up all the kids. We're loaded up in the car, and we start driving. I know the general direction, right? I know I have to go west, and I know which direction west is. But I've never been there before. I've never been to this city. I've never been this far west in the state, and so I start heading the direction I'm supposed to go, but fairly early on, within about a mile or so, there are some choices that need to be made that will change sort of which route we take. And so my wife and I, we pull up the GPSs to sort of plug in the destination. And we pull it in, we start driving, and I get my GPS on my phone pulled up first, and it's like, okay, continue straight. And I was like, I was going to take this main road that was going to take on a big thorough, east-west interstate type thing. I'm like, okay, so I guess we don't go that way, and that's fine with me. And we're driving, we go a couple miles. We're driving along, and I'm looking at this, and my wife pulls up the other GPS, and she's looking at it, and they're not agreeing. We put in the same destination, exact same address as the destination, but how to get there, they were different. And we checked on the little, you are here, how this is when you'll arrive. There was 1 hour difference between the two. One of them said it would take 3 hours to get there, and the other one said it would take 4 hours to get there. And we did all the checking and everything, and sure enough, they're going, at least we can't zoom out all the way because the apps we were using, we couldn't zoom out all the way and see the destination. We know it was sort of headed the same way, but they were taking us different directions. So we had to stop, pull over in some little farmer's field type turnaround, and we're typing in all the information again, trying again, and looking at the map and making sure it's taking us to the right place. And sure enough, the road we were on would take us an extra hour to get who knows where. But so we put in the right directions, and it steered us back on course to what I originally thought we should go on. And we ended up getting to the North Carolina Transportation Museum, which we then walked around. There were all sorts of trains and trucks and robots. They had a huge air and wings day type thing. Kids had a blast controlling robots and flying simulators and just all sorts of stuff. Watching models fly. It was really good. Their favorite part was they got like a free goodies bag from some credit union. And it had like a keychain and stuff in it, stuff that's not related at all to the museum. But that was their favorite part. We also did a little train ride. We hopped on it's this many mile train ride. You get on the train, it drives forward like 200 feet, and then it drives back on a different track, and it stops, and then it drives forward, and you're done. We're like, oh, I'm glad we paid for this. This was exciting. But it was fun to ride on a train. And of course, my youngest one fell trying to get off the train and hurt his back a little bit, scratched it, and so he was a little sad about the train. But he's fine. It's just like a skinned his knee type thing. Anyway, so that's my story. We went. We almost did the transportation thing wrong, getting to the Transportation Museum. What do you think about the suspicious missing Florida lawyer followed by the plastic surgeon who was arrested for his murder? No body found yet. I have not followed that one, Lexi, at all. I need to find out more about that. That does sound suspicious and interesting. Florida is a fun one. I hope you didn't use Apple Maps. It's terrible, as seen in the ZA trial. Yes. We used Apple Maps and Google Maps together, and they did not agree. And I will say we had a third GPS that is so old it has not been updated with new roads and bypass roads and things like that, and it could never get us where we want to go. We'll take some roads and it will show we're off driving in a field, and the GPS is just like, I don't know what to do. Find a road. Go to the nearest road, and then I can help. But pretty funny. I was in your neck of the woods, Carolina girl. Yeah, I was in Spencer, North Carolina, which I found. I drove by a lot of cool places that I'd like to metal detect. I would love to go back out there again and maybe knock a few doors, get some permissions. That would be a lot of fun. A friend of mine, her GPS once told her to keep going straight, X number of miles. Straight ahead was a lake. would have been the middle of the lake. Yeah, this is pretty much what we were using. That same GPS system. It was awful. He'll forever hate trains. He actually loved it. Afterwards, we went after that train ride. We went down to the roundhouse, I think they call it. And for those of you who are on my level of knowledge with trains, you're thinking of Thomas the Tank, and Thomas the Tank. There's a roundhouse where you pull in, and it can like turn the train, and you got like a whole bunch of different garages you can back into. Well, they have like 20 of them, 20 garages for full-size engines. Amazing. And like in almost every one of those garages, there's a different engine or historic car or something. It's just box car, insulated cars, refrigerator cars, mail cars, and some of them you could walk through. There was medical, military medical hospital cars, and we're walking through and watching videos and looking at the history. It was really interesting. And the interesting one for me was the mail car, showing how the train would pick up mail and drop mail. They just chuck it out the window as they're going by the station without ever stopping. And they have this special hook system to grab the bag of mail off a pole. It was pretty neat. So, good morning, Rebecca. Bite Me says she's out counting mosquitoes this morning. Hopefully there aren't too many. And hopefully you don't have to use your own arm to count them. Let's see, Lily Girl is here, late, but here. Adam Nusky, good morning. Google Maps has always been good to you. Yeah, I'm going to be a little more cautious. An hour extra driving. I mean, I can see 10 minutes, something, that's fine. I might take a scenic route. I'm okay with that. I actually enjoy taking a scenic route over a more direct path that maybe is just, freeway. The burner phone's blowing up still. And you guys, I got so many messages on the burner phone. For my birthday over the weekend on Friday, the messages just poured in. It was awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, and more just came in. Let's see, Rich. Got to call out JB up in Canada, as well as Ronnie. Hope you guys are both safe and warm, as you each have had storms in your neck of the woods, different varieties. Please stay safe. Hope you're doing good. Okay. I missed KQD's weather report. I think he's got some snow this morning, is my understanding. A few inches of snow. Who has the internet? KQD belongs to Toxic Orchid this morning. So she's going to be taking care of both the internet and Discord. Thank you, Richard, for the additional birthday wishes this morning as well. Okay, so this morning we've got a little bit of time. We've got quite a bit of time, actually, because we have an hour and 40 minutes. An hour and 40 minutes before trial starts in Utah, because for some reason their clocks are several hours behind us. But an hour and 40 minutes before trial starts in Utah, and we're going to pick up the Gwyneth Paltrow case, where we're finally going to hear from the plaintiff, Terry Sanderson, in that trial. I heard that Gwyneth Paltrow is worth $100 million. So what do you think her motive is over $300,000? Paula, I think it's principle on this one. I honestly think it goes to even convince me that she is right. Like she's like in the right in this case. Just because she has money, I realize there will be people that will sue her because they perceive that there's an opportunity there and it won't mean much to her and she'll just settle and it'll be easy money. I think she's doing this just to prove that no, she's not going to get pushed around when there was no wrong. I think if she was in the wrong, she could pay to make this go away in a heartbeat and never notice the difference in her account. Okay, I don't think that's the case. I don't think she hit this guy. I'm fairly convinced, and I guess you could say it's because of the daughter's testimony, Terry Sanderson's daughters. I'm fairly convinced that that she might be in the right. That Gwyneth was in the right in this situation. I'm going to need a little bit of water here. Was a case of Google versus Apple? Yes, those two were involved, and so was TomTom briefly, but TomTom was a dark horse. That's better. Okay. Anyway, the Transportation Museum was a lot of fun. It really was. I enjoyed. I've flown model planes before, and I've flown obviously drones and things like that, and that was cool. I haven't flown them in quite a little bit, so it was fun to watch the guys that were very skilled at flying the planes and can like hover them on their tail, sort of thing, in the air. That was pretty neat. Okay, I don't believe the witness, Craig. Craig was the first witness, or I guess he was the only witness of the accident. We didn't watch that live here because he testified early on in the trial. He's the one that was about 40 feet back, says he saw the whole thing, remembers Gwyneth Paltrow as not having a helmet on, says that he is colorblind and didn't remember what she was wearing, type thing, and says he observed the whole thing and that's how it happened. And he doesn't sound very believable. He did not do well on cross. Under stress, he was mixing up the facts. A little bit crazy, but lots of craziness in this trial, as both lawyers, for the plaintiff and for the defense, have been less than professional, I should say. Good morning, KH in South Carolina. Good to have you here. Thank you, DSN. The Friday podcast was great. We ended it just a tiny bit early so I could run to my all-night party for the basketball party for the youth, which I will say I sang karaoke at that party. I sang 2 country songs because they're in my range. One of them had words that were very, very fast. Both of them were by Garth Brooks, and one was, I think, like Chattahoochee. I sang that one. It was very, very fast. Lots of words, very closely together. And the other one was the Thunder Rolls, which has I sing an octave lower, I think, but it's a lot of fun. Anyway, unfortunately, in civil suits, often whoever the jury feels has the deeper pockets will end up getting the judgment against them. I've seen that too often. If she does lose, it's not going to hurt her too badly. But I think she's setting a strong defense up that I'm not going to be pushed around, type thing. Lost Souls Paranormal. Good morning, all. Can't stop. Sorry, going to pick Danny Austin up from the airport. So excited. Have a good day. Hey, can't wait for that. That is awesome. Hope you guys just have a fantastic time. Let's see. Rockin' Dawkins. No notification again. Doesn't say live. I'm glad I checked. Poor YouTube. Lisa, good morning. I had a fabulous birthday weekend. I got a lot of sleep as well over the weekend, after we got home. I was tired. It was like 4 hours of driving each way, close to 4 hours, just because the driving around and things like that once we're in the area. We got the shout out to JB this morning up north. Good morning. Good old Chattahoochee, childhood song from me when I lived in Eastern Tennessee. Yes. That's Alan Jackson, the first one. Okay, that's probably right. I think, was it Chattahoochee? Okay, it wasn't Chattahoochee then, because I know it was Garth Brooks. There's another fast one that it was the stalls are clean, the horse is fed, they say she's grand until she's dead. Well, here he comes around the bend, jumping down, she's slowing down, he's jumping in, hey, mom, your daughter's gone, and there they go again. It was that one. It was that song that I sang first, so not Chattahoochee. It's faster than Chattahoochee. I'm getting my country music mixed up. Rachel Wood, so glad your birthday weekend was amazing. You can fly planes too, man of many talents. Not actual planes. As a matter of fact, I prefer to stay on the ground as much as possible. When driving is an option, I prefer to do that over flying. I could tell you a story of my way back in my youth that may be a contributing factor to this. When I was in the scouting program as a youngster, one of the activities we did was we had an auction, and the auction was for a fundraiser for our troop, right? And we lived in an area that was fairly wealthy, and we asked people who lived in the area, family members, friends, to donate items from their business or that they had to sell, or it could be services, could be babysitting services, it could be anything. And so we went around asking everyone for items to donate, and it was like a bonanza. we had people say, well, I've got this houseboat in Lake Powell that I'm not using this week, so you can auction off a weekend houseboat in Lake Powell, which is expensive. And two people said, well, I've got small planes, I can auction off, an afternoon plane ride. And so we had these massive items that were donated. And normally a scout troop can function on a lot less money than you think for the year. I mean, campouts, you're spending $2-3 per boy for food, a couple bucks for the entrance fees for the park or whatever, and a little bit money for gas for the vehicles, and you're pretty much covered. Well, we raised, I don't know what it was, like $65,000 for our troop on this auction. And little did I know, I think my parents had bought the airplane trip because somehow a friend of mine, also in the troop, and I both maybe we'd gone in together. I don't know how it worked out, but we got a call saying, "Hey, you ready for your plane ride?" type thing. And actually, sad note, this gentleman actually died. The pilot of the plane died, I think, a week or two ago. That's sad. Anyway, I just realized that. Anyway, so we go down, we get together, he picks us up, we drive down to the airport. And it's a little tiny, small airport. It's down by where Diesel Brothers have their big shop. If you follow Diesel Brothers on YouTube, the guys make all the crazy trucks and crazy machines. Anyway, so he's got this little garage. It's like those huge garage doors that open, and this old little Cessna plane. And so he goes in there and he starts, before he can just get in and take off, he goes in and starts doing all his pre-flight checks. He's making sure all the flaps work and everything. He's got little things that test the fuel and all the little buttons and switches and he does all that. And then we get in the plane and he does a little prop clear, whatever. He yells out, he turns the key and nothing happens. Nada. It just sits there. The plane, it doesn't spin. And so he drives his truck up next to the plane, gets out, opens the hood, gets out some jumper cables, hooks them up to his truck, hooks them to the car battery or the plane battery, and does the same thing, prop clear, and then it sputters and starts up, and then he takes the cables off and everything and moves the truck, and we drive off and take off. And it was nice and just a nice, gentle ride. And we go up to Weber Canyon, I think it was. We flew up along the Wasatch Front up Weber Canyon, and he does this thing where he pulls up on the stick until it just climbs and climbs, and the engine's not powerful enough to just climb straight. And so it's slowing down, and eventually the engine stalls, which means that the propeller stops spinning in front of us, and we are falling. And the little alarm goes off because there's a little button on the wing goes ee when you stop moving forward. It does that, and we fall and do this thing and dive, and then he's trying to turn the key, and the battery is dead, and it takes like the wind speed accelerating to help push the prop to get it to start. Oh my goodness. In that moment, as we're flying diving down at the earth in a little plane that probably should not be going that fast, and he was either pretending or was not able to start the plane, I decided I didn't like flying very much. That's the moment. So I drive a lot now. I only fly when I need to. That's it. End of story. And now I'm a little bit traumatized having retold it. Where do you put my old chair? The kids are using it as like a roller coaster back and forth. We've got old wood flooring everywhere in all the rooms of the house, and so it rolls very easily across the floor in the hall. So they ride it back and forth down the hall right now. You'll probably hear it during the live stream. Jump started in a plane. Yeah, it was a hard pass on that for me. I'm on the big TV today. I'm glad I did my hair, Jenny. So, thank you. Use Waze for GPS. The thing I like about Waze is the notifications about speed traps. Not that I would ever speed, as KF7AIK might tell you. I may or may not have sped the fastest in my life in his mom's vehicle one day. You live at the bottom of Weber Canyon, Katrina. I have spent many, many a day in that canyon fishing. Good morning, Aaron. 80s Music Fan Sports Moment, celebrating the Lady Buckeyes making the Elite Eight, beating UConn. Woohoo! It's awesome. The sports things that have happened over the weekend have been very exciting, as lots of underdogs have been winning. Wouldn't want to fly anymore either. Yeah. I have another plane story I'll share because I did fly one more time after that in another plane. The other neighbor who owned a plane I went up in the other one. It's a much newer plane. He's a much, I'd say, safer pilot. And we'll share that story sometime because that involves dropping packages for people. Okay, how close are we to 10,000 subs? I think we might hit it this week, depending on how awesome the week is as far as trial goes. We've got 9,830 subscribers right now. That's it right there. Are you going to watch the Ice Cream Man verdict? I have the Ice Cream Man verdict pulled up here just for you to see. I'm watching in the courtroom for something to happen, but so far nothing. But I am keeping an eye on that as well. I'm just going to pull up as soon as the video is available from Utah. I want to pull that up as well. But if the verdict comes in and it doesn't interfere with the testimony, because we are sort of at a key moment in testimony in the Gwyneth Paltrow case, we'll jump over there and watch it, or we might go back and watch it after the fact. I feel out of breath today. I don't know what I did that makes me so out of breath. Loving my Lady Hawkeyes in this tournament too. If the ice cream verdict's hung again, I don't think they're going to retry. I think they're just going to be done. What is the public's the sentiment about the ice cream murder trial? Are people thinking hung again? Yukon lost hurt. Husky for life. I'm sorry. No. It was not the Santa Claus moment. It was something more dramatic but less fanciful. I don't know. How would I say that? It was a very dramatic. Do you want the other airplane story? We could just do them both at the same time. This one, the second one's not as traumatic for me as the first one. Maybe that might be cathartic for me to tell a good airplane story instead. Yes, this is the second trial for the Ice Cream Man. He's been in jail for 10 years. He's been in jail for 10 years. And the first trial was a mistrial, right? That just seems, it seems wrong in our justice system to hold anyone in custody for 10 years without a conviction. Went metal detecting this weekend, found a 1967 silver dollar. Lily girl, I have never found a silver dollar metal detecting. That is amazing. A 1967 silver dollar. That is really cool. You're going to have to send pictures in and make me drool over them. There's going to be a third trial for Antonio and Don Armstrong, the football player. 16-year-old was charged since 2016. Wow. Linkster says not guilty. The state did not prove their case. Talking to the Ice Cream Music Man. Hung jury, says Damaris. Okay. That's pretty cool. That's what happens with a hung jury again for him. Anytime it's a hung jury, that results in a mistrial. It basically means the jury was not able to do their job, and thus they have to start again with a new jury. So is the state going to do it a third time, or are they going to say, it's too expensive, it's too much time? Let's see. I need a trial brought up over here. I'm curious what you guys did this weekend, other than we've got a little bit of metal detecting in. Hung due to incompetent investigation, which sucks because I think he's guilty, says Demarius. Does he then go back to jail? If they're not going to retry him, they might, if it's a mistrial, they might have a window of time for the state to decide they're going to retry him again, and then they would release him. Only flew in a paraglider. That would scare me even more. Paragliders, I've got a story about that as well. Well, this was it wasn't a paraglider. It was one of those. A paraglider is a fixed wing, right? So the parachute people that take off from the mountain and fly, hang glider. I think it's a hang glider, but that's like, which one has the fixed wing? Okay, whichever one it is where you sit in the, you strap in and you have a parachute over you and you run from the top of a mountain and the wind sort of picks you up and then you glide down. Which one is that? Is that paragliding? because I have a story about that too. It's a challenge to find us something. Don't have a story about. Okay, the story about the paraglider, and this unfortunately was not a good ending for the paraglider. I grew up at the foot of the mountains, and the mountain sort of out our front window and up was really good for those paraglider people to take off the top. You could drive, the road went all the way up there. You could drive up and be dropped off right on the peak, and then you could just run off the little knoll and lift off, and they could fly back and forth, and they'd come down and land in like the school fields and things like that. So we'd watch them usually on Saturdays. When it's calm, the air is calm, they would do that. And I was watching those, and we watched a guy that took off and was having some trouble, and he ended up winding up his ropes. So he was spinning faster than his parachute was, which is very difficult to stop. And he proceeded to wind up his chutes, which collapses his chutes, and he fell and landed in some trees. I got up there about the same time on my bicycle, riding on the dirt roads on the mountain, about the same time the medical helicopter arrived, and they were still trying to extract him from the branches and things that were around and through him. He lived. Miraculously, he lived. But crazy. Snowed all weekend. Who said it snowed all weekend? Well, thinking about that you were about to die in that plane would have made me out of breath. I think what I did is I may have had some caffeinated beverages in the form of Mountain Dew as I did the driving to and from that, because I was so it had been a low sleep night and I wanted to stay focused. So I think that made me out of breath. I think that's what I'm feeling, because I haven't had that in a long time. No, this is a retrial for MK, who was convicted previously but continued to profess his innocence. Saw a new trial declared after prejudicial evidence was left in. So this is MK is the ice cream murder trial. So it's not a mistrial. That makes more sense. He's been in jail a long time, 10 years. I heard it was a mistrial, which I just could not wrap my head around. Snowed all weekend, says O-Town Chill. Trying to recover from 2 blizzards, but it just keeps snowing. You guys are sitting comfortably. Good. Good. Okay. Here's what I was in the middle of trying to pull this up. Just one second. I think it's this one. Okay. There we go. So we have about, it's going to start at 9 a.m. It's live in 20 minutes. Is it starting an hour early? Yeah, it should start in 20 minutes. Okay, that's not too long to wait. We can do 20 minutes. A story for every occasion. I've had a fun life. I've had cool things happen. Started working jobs when I was very young. Actually, I started working before I was old enough to work. I ended up working for about a week and a half, and then when it came time to do payroll, the company I was working for caught up on the paperwork to get me entered in the system, and realized that I was not legally allowed to work yet because I had not yet had my birthday. And so I got fired before my first paycheck. They paid me cash because they didn't know what else to do, because they couldn't have me work and not get paid. But it was sort of like an off the books payment. And then as soon as I had my birthday, they hired me again. So that was funny. But it was like a 2-week break in the middle. I'm ready for Boone to start. We should have this week, Brittany. We should have a hearing for Boone. That's going to be on the 31st. I cannot wait to hear if everything's going to hold for an April 10th start date. That'll be amazing. I'm really looking forward to the Sarah Boone case as well. Boone starts Wednesday. It's just a pretrial hearing, though. The actual trial is scheduled for April 10th. Currently, it might push, but we know every indication we have from the judge is that he wants this trial to go forward. Everything we've heard from Sarah Boone is that she wants this trial to go forward. So Yep. This is the new chair I have here. The new one my kids got me, and it is so nice. It's a lazy boy chair, which I'm not sure what they're saying about that. If that's a comment on me or what, but it is really, really nice. Let's see, Denise, it's currently 7:40 Mountain Time. If court starts at 9, we have an hour and 20 minutes. I'm looking at the let's see. I thought they said they were going to start early today. Is that? Because it should show me my time when it starts, and it says it starts in 20 minutes. But let's see. It was starting early because they said they had things to talk about before the jury came in. So I think they get that hour. That's what we get. We'll get some fun lawyering action first. And then I don't remember. Did we finish with Gwyneth Paltrow's testimony? Is she done for the day on the cross and the redirect? Did they get all the way through, or are they still have some more to wrap up with that? I think where we left it on Friday was that the defense, Steve Owens, Gwyneth Paltrow's lawyer, was complaining because the plaintiff, I can never get these civil law cases terminology correct, but the plaintiff had said they had said that they would rest definitely on Friday. They would be done. And now it turns out they have one more witness and they're not done Friday. And he's complaining, saying, "Hey, I've got all these people lined up who can't miss. It's a very tight schedule. They're flying in. They need to happen right then." And I think the plaintiff has a 1 hour testimony. They have 1 hour of testimony from their final witness, and then they move on. So I think 1 hour testimony is going to be Mr. Sanderson, which they think it's going to be 1 hour, but the cross will be much longer than that, I imagine. Okay, I think Judge J. Pickles, welcome. Yeah, I think you're talking about the weather. It was absolutely crazy. Very sad. Michelle Johnson, I see you there. Are you thinking about your next birthday? No, I try not to think that far ahead. I usually don't plan much more than about a week or two in advance. My wife does a little bit better on the long-term plans, but pollen allergies are kicking in big time. Gail, oh my goodness, you know what's happening right here in my area? I know we've had rain all night. We had thunderstorms all weekend, rain all night. But right now, I think it's the azaleas that are blooming. You guys should be here. We've got neighborhoods not far from me that are completely landscaped with azaleas and have been for decades. And there are neighborhoods you drive through, and it's just absolutely incredible. It is beautiful, and the bloom is very short. There's not after a week or so, it's pretty much gone, but maybe 2 weeks. But it's so pretty right now. I'll have to take some pictures. I sort of feel weird taking pictures of other people's houses walking around the neighborhood, but I'll do that. Getting caught up here. Okay. Jenny says had to do with expert witness availability for defense. It was real mess. Judge Dora was not a happy judge. That was talking about the eye drop case. Yes, that one got pushed off. I think they've got a May date for another pretrial hearing, or is that? I'm not sure if that's actually the trial or not. But Max says $67 would be a Dwight Eisenhower dollar. Awesome. Still have never found I found a dollar coin, but it's been like the Sacagawea and the presidential dollars. Have the same chair, very comfortable. I agree. These are fantastic. I wish I had this one sooner. The eyedropper case was pushed until October. Maybe there's a hearing in May then? I thought there was something in May, but I had heard October as well. In Sky Sports, altitude is your friend. At 10,000 feet, line twists are an annoyance. At 1,000 feet, they're an emergency. Either way, I don't want them to happen. Yeah, eyedrop case is still coming. You have not missed that. You have not missed Sarah Boone either. We'll keep an eye out for that. Haha. See what I did? Okay. Thank you very much, Tim de Moranville, for your continued support. Looks like that courthouse by your name has changed colors yet again. Thank you very much and appreciate that. Mentioned allergies, thinking maybe your shortness of breath is related. It could be. We sleep with our window open just because I love the breeze, even though it's nice and cool. It got down to I don't know what it was, maybe mid 60s or low 60s overnight, which is nice and cool, and I love it. So we sleep with the window open and the wind blowing with everything blooming, even though it was raining quite a bit on and off. I think there's a bit of pollen in the air.
Bring the jury.
So that could be it. Is there a third trial we need to watch today, or we just have the two? $50 or Kennedy? You know what I like doing? Last Poet, talking about metal detecting. I like to go and buy rolls of like 50-cent pieces or dollar coins. Because you can go get them from the bank. A lot of times they can pick them up for you if you order them special. And the fun thing about it is they cost just what they're worth. You don't have to pay any extra. So I'll order those, and then when I go knock doors, I'll give them to whoever I knock the door. You know, it's like just for your time to listen to me for 30 seconds while I ask permission to metal detect your property. I'll give you a coin. You know, I'm a coin collector. I love them. I realize that there's value in there, and I just want to, paying somebody $1. It's not an insult when you give them a fun little coin like that. But that works for me. Bingo, that's it. I slept with fans and have horrible sinus issues. It could be that. But I tell you, I will take these allergies if that's what it is, because I just have a tiny bit of congestion. If that's all I need to enjoy these azalea blooms. I was an upholsterer to trade in furniture manufacturing for 50 years in Scotland. Lazy is a fabulous design and extremely well made. Great birthday present. Thank you, John Blake. I am loving it. It is so comfortable. It really is. It's fantastic. Mountain Dew is toxic. Yes, I think that's also part of the problem this morning. Will a metal detector detect silver? Last Poet. It is probably one of the easiest metals to find. Silver sings on a metal detector. There are a few metal detectors that tend to sniff out silver better than most, but generally silver coins are loud and clear. I could make videos about how well they work. I've got a couple that just love to hear silver, and it stands out. Once you get to know the sounds the metal detector makes and you learn the sounds the coin makes, I can tell you if it's a silver coin before I dig it up, just because it's so amazing that way. Diana, you finished your finals. Congratulations. I'm sure you aced them all. That's awesome. So now you get a break. Big Mike says, RA, can you REOM? REOM? What? Was it a typo? Did spell check get you on that one? I don't know what that means. Please check the burner phone. Let me do that here. It's loading. Just 1 second. Let's see. Do you have, who said this? Do you have surprise GoPro footage sent in by someone who didn't realize they had it until they saw the trial on your bingo card? Is that what you're holding out for? That's funny. Quarter was 1967. Silver dollar was 1921. That's a Morgan. That's a Morgan silver dollar. Oh, that's beautiful. Never found one of those either. And that was metal detecting? That's awesome. That's really cool. Okay. Counting mosquitoes. Holy cow. Bite Me sent in a picture of counting mosquitoes, and it's literally a picture of mosquitoes like this. Counting mosquitoes. That's a lot of mosquitoes. Piles and piles of them. Okay. At our age, you can't drink Mountain Dew without consequences. Well, I'm paying today just a little bit. The dates are in Discord. I will check that. Toxic. Thank you very much. Talking about the probably the eyedropper case. We can find all the dates to all those trials over on the Discord page. There's a calendar that shows where everything is happening and when it will happen. Long Crime will be covering Wisconsin versus Alan Brown today. It's in Kenosha. Which Rhodey? What trial is Alan Brown? What's the name we know it as? What's the burner phone number? It's under burner. There it is. There's the burner phone number. Okay. Waiting to see if the Florida trial has any announcements in the morning as they get started, because they should have been going for an hour so far, but I haven't seen anything yet. Good morning, Sandra Doland, from Texas Gulf Coast. Good to have you here. How's the weather down there on the coast? Is it all right? I think it's further north of you that's been having the big storms. Only Popeye drinks a cold can of Pepsi, says Jenny. Says that's Pepsi was actually discovered or founded. I don't know which, depending on how you view it. Here in North Carolina. Not far from me, in New Bern, North Carolina. You can actually go down there and tour the area. There's a lot of Pepsi history in the area as far as buildings and old bottles and a lot of signs and things like that. If you can find some of those early Pepsi bottles, they can be worth a lot of money as well. An old property in the deep East Texas woods is where I found it. Lily Girl, that sounds amazing. That is just great. Love metal detecting, and nothing like finding a coin like that. It probably sang. What detector do you use, Leave the Girl? If I can ask, you don't have to tell me, but if you're comfortable telling me, I'd like to know. Judge says they won't bring the jury until later, and they were going to let them get straight into deliberations this morning. Okay, thank you, Tina. So Florida's already in deliberations. Wisconsin killing spree shooter is what their page says. Ooh. Oh man, I'm getting pictures now of some amazing finds. A half dime, a seated half dime. Was that found in North Carolina? What was that? Found in Wisconsin with a metal detector. A seated half dime is just amazing. Another coin I've never found is a half dime. It's not a nickel. It's half a dime, which is different. Okay. Also found on the property. Sorry. I apologize. I might have just shown somebody's number that I didn't mean to. Love those finds. Let's see. Planner Newbie Pro. Hey, Recover Addict new subby and first time live. Just found your channel. Shar from Philly. Shar, welcome. Good to have you here. It's sort of a kickback morning. We're taking it easy a little bit this morning as we're just getting ready to get started. A few people are coming in late, like Nicole. Good morning, Nicole. You get a pass though, being on the towards the West Coast over there. It's still early, even though you're late. Big Mike, I can definitely recommend a metal detector. I think I have 6, 2, 3. Well, I've got 3 in this room.
Taking it easy.
I might have 7 metal detectors right now, plus some pinpointers. And yes, I have different detectors for different things. So
taking it easy.
if you can give me some information about where you live, like for instance, if you're going to go detect on the beach where there's salt water, not like freshwater beach, but a saltwater beach, that changes things a little bit. And unfortunately, it makes it a little more expensive to have a detector that will work in that wet sand area. If you only want to detect in dry sand on the beach, or only are detecting in farms, fields, parks, things like that, There are some much cheaper detectors that will work very well in that setting. But if you're in a very mineralized area, or you want to use it to search for, very small flecks of gold or things like that, there are different machines that do better in each category. But if you just want like a general purpose, I just want to be able to turn it on, go out in the park or in the backyard, or maybe head down to the campground or something. There are some great machines that I'd recommend, and I'd be happy to send you a link to one that would work great and you'll love. Hit me up on the burner phone if that's the case as well. MCAT, member for 2 months, says, I love this place. Pickles, cinnamon rolls, and hot mic drops. So awesome. Thank you very much, MCAT. Appreciate your continued support. The green looks good on you. Pra TV, good morning to you. It was fun. Somebody sent me a link or a tweet. It was a Legend. Awesome. I love the Nocta Macro line. Legend's a great machine. I only have the Simplex Plus. The Legend is a model up from that, but a great line of machines. They're newer to the metal detecting world, but they came in as sort of. Sorry, this is ice cream murder trial footage right here. This is just happening. They're just bringing in the accused. I've got my Simplex in Saturday. We've been going over all the menus and stuff. Can't wait to get home and try it out. The Simplex is probably the machine I'd recommend the most. I do have a link if you're willing to buy it from Amazon, which I think is a good store because they'll get it to you quickly. And if you're willing to click on a link that is it's an affiliate link, because I'm an Amazon affiliate. So even though it doesn't cost you any extra, I would get a little bit of a kickback for referring you to Amazon. So I'd be happy to share a link that way if you would like to buy a Simplex or some of the other brands I can point you to. But I'd rather find out where you're going to detect first and how you're going to use it. Like if you want to be able to detect in the rain, it's a different machine than if you just are only going to go sunshine, bluebird days. So there's a couple different things. Anyway, Simplex is a fun machine. I really like it. I love how many features they put into it, how durable they built it, and how low they got the price point on that one.
James Peacock just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
Good morning, James. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Good morning. Welcome. Thank you, my friend, for being here. Appreciate your continued support. He likes his cardigans. Yes. I think he's pretty much worn a cardigan almost every day. And maybe it's because court is cold or something. But I'm going to put him in a corner so we can watch everything else as well. Give me a second to get that set up. Let's do this one here. Okay. Super source art is going to be MP2. Go. Almost there. Rhonda, you need a cinnamon roll. I think we all do. I might have to talk to my wife. She made some, and I ate quite a few of them, of course, as you saw. I'm ready for
Cajun
more.
Girl just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
Good morning, Cajun Girl. Thank you so much. Appreciate the super sticker. Let me...
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
I know. I do that a lot, though. It's a bad habit of mine. Box source 1 is going to be 2. Box source 2 is going to be 6. Box source 3 is going to be me, which is 1. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it took a bit to get here, but now we can keep an eye on what's happening.
Alex stole it as well.
We'll swap one in through. And it's a rough Monday. Getting going this morning is just tough. I feel like a little sluggish. Good morning, Tish. I've been here just lurking while getting ready for work, now patiently waiting for my Starbucks. Tish, good to have you here. Is the verdict in on MK? I don't think so. I think they're just bringing him in for a trial. He's probably going to sit there the whole time. Jenny says, I did not watch 1 second of this trial. What's he accused of?
Is not relevant.
This they call this the ice cream man murder trial. He was robbed and I believe shot in the hand or in the arm or something while he ran his ice cream truck, and then the police tried to.
Rosie from Tucson just sent a super sticker with 5.
Thank you, Rosie. I appreciate the super sticker. Thank you so much. We'll make the pickles sing for you there. So he got shot in the hand. The police were not able to find who it was, and so he went on. Allegedly, he started doing his own sort of investigation, and ended up finding people or finding somebody who was supposedly the shooter. Found an address. Supposedly went to the wrong address where 5 boys were hanging out on a porch or something. He shows up in a police uniform, even though he was not a police officer, and then proceeds to order all of them onto the ground, takes their IDs, and while they're laying on the ground, starts shooting them. Pow, 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 pow. 2 die, 4 injured, is my understanding. So that's the basis of the state's claim against him, and it's a bad situation. It's a ice cream man on a rampage, a revenge rampage.
Sarah Boone letter fond.
TW, we are still trying to get that Sarah Boone letter. That I'm a little frustrated with it. I wish there was a way that somebody I could complain to a little higher up in the system that could make it happen faster. But it'll probably, once the case is all decided, suddenly the letter will show up. That's what's going to happen. Big Mike, I missed where you said you were going to detect. If you did say that. Let's see. I missed it. Okay, I thought it was in there somewhere, but let me know. I'll send you a link. As a matter of fact, I can just put it here on chat. If you would like a waterproof detector that's very durable, that is just a good all-around entry-level machine, I would recommend avoiding the dirt cheap ones on Amazon. Although I have one that will be on Amazon here soon that is cheap and works well. It doesn't have nearly the same features as the Simplex. Let's see. Holy cow. Tabitha, just got your text about the Alex Murdaugh auction. The couch sold for $36,000 over the weekend. Sold to a hunting lodge. Couch and recliner with like an ottoman. And it does look like it's, I don't know what it's made out of, like rhinoceros. I know it's probably like dinosaur skin or something. It's probably something rare. But so it looks very nice, but $36,000 is a lot for a couch. That being said, if you're interested in a metal detector that you can turn on and just use, and it works in the rain, it's not going to fall and get broken very easily. It's going to be able to find pretty much everything you want, and as you get better at it, you can turn on and run features on it that might make it, you can increase its precision by modifying the settings as you understand what it's doing. But just turning it on, it will start working. It's a company, I'll just put it right here.
Alex stole it as well.
Correctly. Okay, just put it in chat. This is the one I would be my go-to. And this would work for everything except for saltwater wet sand searches. It does not do well in saltwater and wet sand. But it's a collapsible metal detector, so it adjusts to a variety of heights. So it works for short people and tall people. It's average weight. It's not heavy, but it's not the lightest machine out there. It has built-in rechargeable battery. It has a built-in little light that will shine down. So if you like doing evening hunts, or maybe you go out at night or something, where some places that's legal, I realize in some countries that is not. but it's got a little light so you can just shine down on the ground right where you're detecting. It has a vibrate mode so you can turn off all the beeps, and it just makes a little buzz in the handle when you go over a target. That way you can detect around other people in maybe a quieter setting like a park where people are just out enjoying the thing and not disturb them with all the beeps and the noises it makes. It's waterproof. As long as you keep the caps on the charger things properly. It's just a good machine for starting out. It's great for kids and everything. Good morning, Judge.
Get started. Do we need, we have Ms. Hodges. Do we need Ms. Johnson?
No, Judge, we can go ahead and get started.
All right, and on the defense side, it looks like we have everyone, including Mr. Keatley. So welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being here. We just received, it's actually dated and timed 9:47 a.m., a communication from the jury. It reads as follows. We would like to have read back Mr. Beckwith's testimony when cross-examined regarding his immunity. It is then signed by the initials JS, foreperson, and then dated 3/27/23 and timed 9:47 a.m. So, what time is it now? It is now, let's see, 10:07. So, 20 minutes ago is the request from the jury. I have taken the liberty of printing out 4.4 from the Florida Supreme Court website, which is request for readback or transcript of testimony. My JA can provide you copies of that. And then we'll discuss what we're going to do. But I think it'd be good for you to have the Supreme Court's instruction on such a request in front of you. And while you're taking a look at that, we'll go off the record so that I can ask the court reporter if she has approximately how long it would take to prepare that specific testimony.
Okay, interesting.
Just what they're asking for?
Just what they're asking for.
I've already scoped it. So,
Alright.
yeah,
So it's ready?
Yes. It's like 3 pages. So
3 pages?
Yeah.
All right.
Court reporter here is on it. She's like, I'm ready. I can start now. The camera this morning out of the courtroom in Florida is we're hearing onboard audio, which means we're hearing the sound as it's heard at the camera location. We're not hearing the microphone system. It's not tied into the audio system, which is sort of weird because we've had such good audio in that trial. Even though we haven't followed, I've watched a little bit here and there. So we're just hearing what the camera hears, which is why it sounds like you're in a cement room or something, a lot of echo. Weather Watch says, well, great. Now I'm looking into another hobby. I love metal detecting. It is so much fun, and there's the only downside of metal detecting is actually the getting up and getting down. As we get older, and I include myself in this group.
Back on the record now,
it's not as much fun.
The foreperson whose initials I gave you, I have my chart now in front of me, is juror number 6, seated in seat number 6, formerly number 48.
So he just outed the foreman. Now they know who the foreman is. We don't, but they do because they have their notes. That's metal detecting, the hobby.
Go ahead. If you need more time, I'll certainly allow it. But if you're ready to discuss what we're going to do, I'm certainly ready. So let me start with the state. State, what's your suggestion?
Judge, I don't have any objection to reading back what they've requested.
All right. Defense?
Judge, I don't think we would have any objections either. I would just like a copy of what, before I make that decision, because I'd like to read what exactly is going to be read to them before making that decision.
Yeah. Tara, what's the best way?
I can maybe PDF it, and then we can print it here. Maybe Christina can print it.
I can.
Yeah. All right. So we'll PDF it, but let me tell you this. Before you do that, just do you mind if they come stand over you just to make sure? So what we'll do is we'll take a break. I'll allow you to look over what she's going to print just so you can see what's before and after. But she's indicated it's approximately 3 pages what they specifically asked for. So go ahead, do that, and then when she PDFs it, she'll send it to Christina, who will print it. So I will, we'll go into recess while you're doing that.
Sure.
Okay. So, do people metal detect in the city? Yes, they do. Checking on the rules, check the rules in the city, because some cities don't allow it. But oftentimes the city has some of the oldest stuff, because the city's been around longer than some of the outskirts that have been developed. So cities are a lot of fun. A lot of time what's called a park strip, which is usually the space between the sidewalk and the street, is actually, I mean, it might be decorated and landscaped and everything, and you think it belongs to the property owner. It doesn't. Generally, it belongs to the city, even though the property owner is required to maintain it. And if it belongs to the city, even if they don't like you being there, legally you can detect in that park strip. Now, you're going to need to check your local regulations to make sure that's the case, but oftentimes park strips in old areas of town, especially you can tell by very old sidewalks, might be very productive for old coins and silver, things like that. So cities are great locations, as well as old city parks as well. Check the rules and regulations for each town. But the getting up and getting down is the worst part about it. For that reason, I like beach detecting, because you can use what's called a sand scoop, and you can scoop up. It's a tool. It's a long-handled tool, like it's got a regular tool handle that's full length, and then you've got a little scoop that shovels down in, has holes in it, and the sand falls through, and then your target's the last thing that remains. So you're not lifting heavy scoops full of sand up. As you lift up, the thing gets lighter and lighter, and then you just check and see what's left in the container. Those are a little bit expensive. The good ones are going to run you over $100, but they're worth it. They are so worth it, because you can go all day long, and you're not killing your knees, getting up and getting down, type thing. So I like that part. Having the right digging tool is also very important in metal detecting. I used to metal detect with my dad. He loved it. I help him dig stuff up, and he hated me digging in some spots. I loved the beep sounds. It's addictive when you're going along and you hear that metal detector sing. It's awesome. Ice Cream Man did not take the stand, I don't think. I think he didn't testify, to my recollection. Let me figure out the gear for city detecting. It's pretty simple. I would say that the trick for city detecting, especially if you want to detect in a park that allows it, it's very easy to do it the wrong way and get banned from a park, or get the city to make an ordinance that you're not allowed to detect. The trick is to learn how to dig what's called a plug. A plug is where you dig three sides of a hole, and you dig the hole very small, and not like so small that it kills the grass in the center, but usually about 6 to 8 inches across, and then you turn the whole plug up, and then you find the coin and you flip it back down when you're done. So the dirt all goes back in the hole. It looks like you never did anything. The better you get at that, and the better you can show people how you can dig plugs and make it, repair the grass just like it was before, probably the more opportunity you'll have to detect, as people realize you're not going to destroy their lawns or something like that, or their playing fields. But so a good short-handled shovel is good. I wouldn't recommend a long-handled shovel for detecting in any city or park, because that just looks like you're ready to dig up the landscape. But a small, narrow metal detecting shovel is great, and usually they have jagged edges, so that cuts through roots as needed. And also a little trowel that can do the same thing is really good. Okay. What about digging tool and pinpointer do you recommend? Justin, for pinpointers, there are a couple I really like. I like the XP brand. I like the Garrett Carrot. I don't have a Garrett Carrot right now. They call it a carrot because it's orange. I like the MineLab, the yellow. It's a yellow one. It's the fattest one. I don't like that, but it's also the most reliable. I like the Technetics Tech Point, which is the cheapest, but it's the least and most sensitive, but it's the least reliable. So I've got a couple. The digging tool would probably be I think it's called a Leshy digging tool, which is very sturdy. You're not going to be able to bend it or break it. But it goes in a little sheath. It's probably about, the digging portion is probably yay long, that wide, jagged on one side. I can get you links for those if you'd like as well. The pinpointers all run between about $100 and $130. You can pay a little bit more if you want one that's completely submergible, waterproof that way. All of them are going to detect between about 4 to 5 inches, and right at the tip is where it's most sensitive. As you get closer and closer to the target, it's going to beep louder or faster or higher, depending on how it's set. Now you want to watch some metal detecting. I think we're going to do that. I was talking yesterday, Jenny, to a lady who said, "Hey, I'd love to have you metal detect a field out by my house that used to be a drive-in theater." I'm like, of course, I'd love to do a drive-in theater. People bought things from their cars and paid for things and sat around their cars and dropped things all night long. They were in the dark, and then they drove away and nobody found the stuff. So I'd love to detect an old drive-in theater. It since has been plowed several times, but she lost a baby ring, her ring, when she was just a kid there. And I'd love to detect it and see if I could find it for her. But so I'm researching that to see if I can contact the company. I know they're selling the land. Usually when they're selling the land, they're more open to somebody detecting on it, because they're not, it's just going to be plowed under or built on or something. What we're watching right now on the left-hand screen is the ice cream murder trial. We're going to wait a little bit. The Gwyneth Paltrow trial starts in, any time now, as soon as they show up. It was supposed to start at 10. Maybe it might be a little longer. Maybe they had the time wrong, and it's 45 minutes. What's the coolest thing I found, Sandra?
To make sure the court reporter has sent to my JA a PDF of what was discussed. So, Mr. Escobar, did you have anything further?
Judge, no, but I'd like the team to read it as well once it comes to the
sure.
form. Yes.
Sure. And my plan is, just so you know, 4.4, if you look at paragraph 1, it says, members of the jury, you have asked that the following testimony be read, and then you fill in the blank. And then it says the court reporter will now read the testimony back that you have requested. What I'm going to do is I'm going to simply read them their question, and then I will simply say the court reporter will now read the testimony that you have requested. So I'm leaving out the first part by reading them back their question.
It's interesting that we can see the judge's computer from this viewpoint. I'm surprised they let the camera be right there. The coolest thing I found, gold coin, $5 gold coin. Hands down. That was probably the coolest. The best part about that was it was actually a return, meaning I was able to return it to the person who lost it. I heard the story after detecting a property for hours in like 100% humidity, 90-degree heat. It was brutal, and found almost nothing. There were like 3 pennies or something was all we found. And it was just brutal. We detected all over the place, pushed through bushes, and it was so bad. And then as I'm packing up, they say, "Yeah, too bad, we weren't able to, look for this gold coin." And my ears perk up. Uncle so-and-so lost when he was a kid. And I'm like, "Tell me the story." And they told the story. He's taken it out of his mom's jewelry box, this $5 gold coin, and had it in his pocket. And he was doing flips and stuff in the yard, and it fell out. I'm like, "Yeah, where did that happen?" And they're like, "Oh, it was just down around the corner over here." And I'm like, "Do you still have access to the property?" I'm like, "Yeah, Aunt so-and-so owns it now." I said, "Can we call her?" So they called and gave me permission to detect the property. It took about half an hour to find the coin once we were there. And with the family there and everything, it was absolutely incredible. As soon as I went over, I knew that there was something different about that target. I said, "I think this is it. This is the coin." I dug the biggest plug I think I've ever dug, just because I did not want to nick that coin with the shovel. But it sounded beautiful. The sound was, I knew immediately it was round from how it sounds, and I can't describe that. And if you used a metal detector for a long time, you can tell when something sounds round. And I dug this huge plug, and then a young, I think it was a nephew or a great nephew or whatever of the gentleman who lost it, was with me. He was also very interested in metal detecting. I'd given him one of my machines to use during the day. But he used the pinpointer, and I sort of opened it up for him, and he was able to find the coin in the plug. And of course, the first thing he wanted to do was grab it out of the. I'm like, wait, don't touch! I need to take it in situation. You've got the print of the coin, the dirt on both sides that has the print, things like that. So I took a bunch of pictures, and then got some pictures of him holding it, and they were able to return it to the guy who lost it 75 years before. That was the coolest find ever. I don't think I'll ever top that. That was really cool. Okay. Did he get a reward? I got the pictures. That's all I wanted for that. It wasn't my coin to begin with. It was their coin they had lost, so I didn't have any right to it. And how deep was it? It was probably about 6 or 7 inches, and it was right off the front porch, like probably 8 feet off the front porch, just like if you ran out the front porch, and it was straight in front of the house. Amazing that nobody had ever detected that, and the family, even though I think the story was sort of like more of a legend at that point, that there was this $5 coin because it had been 75 years, but no one had ever detected the property. The family had never tried to have it detected, to my knowledge, and it's a really cool family. The family's awesome. I know them. They live, the ones that first informed me about the property and gave me permission to go out there live not far from me. They're great people. Probably listening in now. Hey, how's it going? But it was just really cool. It was a fun experience, and I was able to check something off my bucket list that honestly I might never ever have been able to do any other way. Gold coins are not commonly found metal detecting, although they still are found. I see them every week. I'll see a new one found, but you probably won't get another chance.
Of the transcript.
Ivan, the plug is the piece of ground around the target when you're metal detecting. You dig like a three-sided hole. Think of a box. If you were to draw the shape of a box on the ground, a square, you dig 3 of the sides and flip it up on the 4th.
Judge, my only concern is when we're giving a portion of the testimony, I think the rule of completeness. So I would like a few moments to research that. I think that there is an issue with just giving a portion.
Well, I'll give you that moment, but the Supreme Court says in the suggested instruction twice, be as specific as possible. So I think they anticipate that, and they want to be, here's the wording. It says, if, you should write down as specific a description as possible of the part of the witness's testimony that you want to hear again. And then it says, make your request for readback testimony as specific as possible. So they say that twice.
Right, Judge. You can just give me a moment.
I'll give you a moment. I will.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay, I'm not seeing a live stream out of the courtroom yet. Even on Court TV's channel. It says they'll be right back, according to my video. Nola Chick 526, thank you for clicking the subscribe button. Good to have you here. We're waiting for the Gwyneth Paltrow case to start and just keeping an eye on. In the big window right now, we have the verdict watch out of the Florida ice cream man murder trial. What would that coin be worth today? Salty, it's a $5 coin, which is a quarter. I believe it's a quarter ounce. Is that right? Because the $20 is an ounce. So it's a quarter ounce. So gold-wise, just melt value, it's a quarter of an ounce of gold, and whatever the price of gold is, that fluctuates. Typically in, I think it was at 1834, 1836. I'd have to look at the pictures. But the coin itself, being a New Orleans mint in really good condition, obviously most gold coins have some sort of marks and scratches because the metal is so soft, but it was in great condition. It has a collector's value that's much higher than the face value or the melt value, so it's probably it could be over $1,000, just depending on what. I haven't checked the prices lately, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was over $1,000 to a collector. Okay. 7 grams is a 1/4 ounce. Let me do a quick eBay search for a $5 gold coin. Let's see what they're selling for. Okay. Probably $600, something like that. Between $600 and $1,000, just depends on the condition. Sue, thank you so much for continuing support. Sue Schneider looks good with the Aqua Courthouse next to your name. Yes, horse sheet and bananas. The sand scooper thing you described sounds like a high-end litter box scooper. They are, and some people do use some of those plastic, literally a litter box scooper. The only downside is if you're using one of those is generally they're hand tools, which mean you have to get on the ground to use it, and they can't dig deep into the sand. Whereas the sand scoops that I'm using, you can dig quite deep, and in dry sand it filters out really well. But the one I have is stainless steel as well, which is a little expensive. The plaintiff on the stand will be entertaining. I believe it will, all in. I'm looking forward to this. I think in that Gwyneth Paltrow case, the plaintiff, that might be a very telling moment. Sue Schneider follows up her membership anniversary comment with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, Sue. Looks like Joey Girl, Chase Junkie, Susan Bond, Meanie Banana, and Morton Anderson, all gifted memberships. Thanks to Sue Schneider. Appreciate you so much. Thank you very much for your generous donation, and congratulations to the members who can now take a seat. My dad found an orange diamond, but not metal detecting, just working for a company that does dig. He had it cleaned and placed in a ring for my mom. Very pretty diamond. That's cool. Just to find you one like raw in nature like that is amazing. We will have Gwyneth later today, Judy. We're waiting for trial to start. We're following the jury watch, the verdict watch out of Florida for the ice cream man murder as we wait. It's just going slowly. Woohoo! That's awesome. And so we're just swapping metal detecting stories in the meantime. I like, as far as things that I like to find, Nicole actually went metal detecting quite recently, was sending me pictures of an amazing, I'd call it a ghost town, is what I'd call it. It was an 1834 capped bust $5 coin with a plain 4 in the value. It would be over $60,000 for an AU-50. It was not an AU-50. I'll say. I think that's the quality, but it was not worn down and beaten. It wasn't chipped or cut. It had a couple dings and stuff in it. I'm not sure about the plain 4. You know coins better than I do, Nicole, and so I'd have to see the picture. I could show you. Stash. Oh my goodness. Mac just sent me a stash of old, very old banknotes. I've got a collection of $2 bills, which I was given as for some of the from some of the cash that my grandma had stored because she stored it around her house in various locations in furniture and things, and I was given a series of $2 silver certificates that are consecutive, and those are pretty cool. I like those, like mint condition. Franco says, I'm trying to get my daughter, 7 in May, into metal detecting this spring and summer. She loves finding treasures everywhere we go, so I feel like she would love it. Franco, for little kids like that, what I would recommend is to, first of all, get a detector that's light or that can shrink down to make it a comfortable size for them. And I do like the Simplex for that because it, even though the armrest is going to be the sort of fixed location, the actual detector, the coil will be, they can make it so that they can swing it comfortably and it works well. 7 is pretty young, but she's probably going to have more fun if you do the detecting and she uses a pinpointer. So you find a target, and then once you find the target and start digging it up, she uses the pinpointer to find it. And I would probably start in the playground. The wood chips of a playground at the bottom of the slides, underneath the swings, where people jump off the swings and land and fall, and all the stuff out of their pockets falls out. All the places where parents run to catch their child who just fell off the monkey bars or something, and in the process drop a ring. The playgrounds they call them tot lots when you're metal detecting. They are fun areas to dig because it's so easy to dig. You're not worried about digging through grass and things like that. So it's wood chips. A lot of times there will be sort of a lot of moisture down deeper. So usually you're only right on the surface. So it doesn't take a lot of specialized tools. And it's just a lot of fun. And there's always new depositors at the playground who are dropping off more stuff. So you go once a week and you'll find new things every time. Kids love that for sure. And even with just a pinpointer metal detector, just going like at the bottom of the slide, like the little spot where everyone's feet land, kids roll stuff down the slide all the time, and it falls down into the bark and just disappears. And so you can just use the pinpointer in that hole and often find things just like that. Annie, thank you for hitting the subscribe button as well. Welcome. Good to have you with us. Let's see, my grandfather would give me a $2 bill every time he saw me. That is awesome. That's just really cool. Hopefully you saved some of those. Even if it's just for the memory. I mean, not talking about investment value. I'm getting more images. I'm getting images of collections on the burner phone. Just amazing coins. This one happens to be a Matthew Harris Law from Cajun Girl. Got her can koozie. She's got a bottle of grape flavored. Is that water? Is that water? Smirnoff brand water? Is that what I think it is? Looks awesome, Cajun Girl. Kept cool with the can koozie. Matthew did a great job sending those out. I've got mine over here as well. Let's see.
Nolachik 526 just sent a super sticker with 0.99.
Nolachik, thank you for the rainbow super sticker. I appreciate that. Good to have you here. It's a lot of fun. We're going to have some fun today as trial starts. I think probably less than half an hour. Gwyneth Paltrow should be back. I don't think she'll be on the stand. I think she's done. I think they finished with her on Friday, and they have, as far as the plaintiff side, they have one more witness, which they said would only take an hour. But the only person we haven't heard from is Terry Sanderson, who is the plaintiff. So I imagine they're gonna call him up. Interesting discussion at the end of the day on Friday out of that court case between the two sides. The defendant, the lawyer from the defendant, Mr. Owens, just made a casual announcement. Oh, by the way, I don't think we're going to call this person. And the plaintiff's like, what? Wait. You need to call her. And they're like, well, why didn't you call her? And like, we were depending on you calling her so we could cross-examine her. And so they did this dance thing where like, well, we don't have to call her because they'll call her and then we'll get the cross and we'll get the information we want.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Now they're mad. And now, so they may come over the weekend and have subpoenaed her and say, now we need to call her, which makes them further. Hey, look who's calling in. Hold on one second.
Pauline.
Good morning, Pauline. How are you doing?
Fine.
Wonderful. Happy Monday to you, first of all.
I want to tell you a story.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Pauline. Sorry, if you're listening on the computer, there's going to be a long delay, so you might have to turn that audio down. What's your story this morning?
All right. I just wanted to tell you a story about the first time I went to a playground to metal detect.
Okay.
And I don't know what the ride is that the kids play on, that thing that goes round and round. We call it a merry-go-round.
Yeah.
Well, my husband and I were digging, and we had the pinpointer, and it was beep, 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 and it was going off crazy. And we dug, and we dug, and we dug, and we had a hole, and we found out the bottom of the playground material was metal.
Oh, no.
So you talk about disappointment.
Yeah.
We thought we found something really good.
I could tell you a story about metal detecting with steel-toed boots in a hole very deep and not having anything in it, but I won't go there. So,
Well, I just had to share that with you because it was so funny to see both of us, and it was the first time we went out.
Yeah,
It's
that's funny. They're laughing with you in chat here. We've got some people triggering the laughter. But,
it was funny.
Yeah, it's.
But today, my glutes and my arms and my legs are killing me after this weekend.
Oh man!
I just had to share, and I
so
have
much.
to tell you, I love your show.
Thank you so much,
and
Pauline.
This program.
I appreciate it.
I love you. Bye-bye.
Thanks for calling. We'll see you. Bye. That's awesome. Yeah, the first time you go metal detecting, I recommend you start in your own yard. And you start in an area where you find an area where it doesn't beep. Okay, so you search around until you can get the detector to be pretty quiet when you go over something. And then you take a quarter out of your pocket and you put it on the ground and you go over that same area. And you get an idea for what a quarter sounds like on your detector. Then you pick up the quarter and you put a nickel down and a dime and a penny and or in whatever country, if you've got, if you're in another foreign country, use your native currency and just get an idea for what they sound like. And get to the point where someone else, without you looking, can put the coin down on that spot or one of the coins, and you go over it and without seeing it and guess what it is. And just so you can get that sound familiarity, and then maybe put down a nail and see what a nail sounds like, or a pull tab, or a bottle cap, or things like that. And you start getting familiar with the sounds, and then start branching out and doing some digging. And every time you find something, try to remember it sounded like this. The screen said this number when I went over it. You went over it 5 times, back and forth. It always says this number. I dug it up, and this is what it is. And you start building this database in your head, where your ears are getting trained to the sound, to the beep that the metal detector is making. Your eyes and your mind are getting trained to the number on the screen, and then the combination. And then you sort of also remember how loud it sounded, or just the way the metal detector behaved, different directions as you went over the target, and how deep it ended up being. And over time, as you're spending more and more hours with your machine, and you will, because metal detecting is that fun, you just don't want to stop. You'll start to really get a feel for something. Eventually, you'll be going over something. It's like, well, it sounds like it's a dime and about 6 inches deep, type thing. And you can start putting those things together, and it's a load of fun. They subpoenaed Jenny. Lay, the problem with that is Jenny is out of state, and subpoenas. This court has jurisdiction, subject matter jurisdiction, just in Utah. So the judge cannot issue you can't extradite a witness, right? Because say if Jenny's in Wyoming and the judge is here in Utah, they can issue a subpoena. Say, here, we'd like Jenny to come and testify. That really doesn't hold any weight in Wyoming. And they can't go to Wyoming and say, hey, you need to arrest her and bring her down here, because Jenny didn't break the law. And so they need to sort of have people volunteer to come and testify, and they need to cooperate a little bit to do that. Now, if she was in the state of Utah, the judge does have authority to order someone to show up, to be there, and they get served, they have to be there, type thing. But they can't make her be there. She was planning. Jenny, we're talking about the sister of the youngest sister of the 2 sisters who testified in the Sanderson trial, Terry Sanderson's daughters. She has not testified, although she did give a deposition. Let's see. Gwyneth Paltrow's done on the stand for now. Plaintiff should be calling Terry Sanderson first thing, and then GP fam should be after. We might hear from the kids, from Gwyneth Paltrow's children. Build a database in my head. I can barely remember what time of day it is half the time. Weather Watch, you'll get it. I'm telling you. This, I personally think metal detecting helps keep my brain sharp. It does. It uses multiple senses while I'm active. That works. Be kind. You may have answered this, but can you metal detect in graveyards? Be kind. Here's the thing. I would say no. Not that you can't, because actually, legality-wise, it may be legal to metal detect in graveyards, but as soon as you start digging in a graveyard, it becomes... First of all, the optics are really bad. Showing up in a graveyard and disturbing even the soil over a grave is not good. The only time I would do that I would metal detect in the graveyard is if I was contacted by a family that had been at a gravesite service and had lost like a precious heirloom artifact, ring or something like that. If something like happened, and then I would contact the graveyard, the city that owns the graveyard. I would contact the family. I would get everyone on the same page and say, this is what occurred. This is what is missing. We know the exact area. We'd like someone to be with, a representative from the graveyard to see what's happened. And you really want to just be so cautious.
Mullins. So apparently the state must have a request. Ms. Doherty, what is the request at this time of the state?
Judge, I just would ask that we read back both the direct and the cross.
The entire direct and entire cross?
Yes, Judge.
No. The judge is already not on board on that.
Defense?
Judge, I think that if you read both of these cases, including the Mullins case, even the Mullins case that reversed it said that's not necessarily appropriate. The problem with the Mullins case is that there was testimony concerning that issue on direct and on cross. Here, I have asked the court reporter, Madam Court Reporter, that's the first thing that I asked because I know that there's this body of case law out there. I asked her, I said, is there anywhere else in the transcript with the word immunity or any discussions of the word immunity? And Madam Court Reporter, please correct me if I'm wrong. She said, no, Rick, this is exactly where it's at. I've done the query. It's here and nowhere else. And so, frankly, Mullins supports my position that we should read them the portion that they're asking for.
Can I say something real quick? There is a little bit on redirect. There's like 2 questions where Lindsay does ask about, questioning by law enforcement and the meeting that she had, or that he had with them. So I don't know if you want to read that as well.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, that's. Let's go back on the. Let me know when you go back on the record.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you on the record? Yeah. What I was going to say is that if there's anything in the redirect that's related to the cross, that I think that's what the case law supports.
Yep.
So we're going to take a break. I am not going to read the entire direct, cross, and redirect, but I'm going to honor the request as to specific testimony regarding immunity. But absolutely, if there's anything on redirect that addresses that, that will be included. So we'll take a break, we'll go off the record, allow you all to take a look at, and you flag what you want read from the redirect. Defense, Mr. Escobar, you look at it too. Assuming you all agree, we'll PDF that, send it, and then we'll read the specific portion on cross regarding immunity, and then the specific portion on redirect regarding immunity.
And Judge, just so that we can go ahead and take care of that, I propose that on page 251 we start at line 6, obviously excising all of the bench conference, and that we conclude on page 270 at line 15.
Okay, but where do we pick back up?
I will get that for you.
Is it 267,
yeah.
line 20?
Yeah. We will pick back up.
Rick, I'm sorry, where did you say to stop?
Let me pick up first. I believe it's page 267, line 17 is where we pick back up. Madam Clerk, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
Wait,
so
17,
267, line 17 is where we pick up.
They're fighting over the
and
details of what they're going to read back.
On 270, line 15.
Okay, I am puzzled on the trial on the left.
We would start, Your Honor, on 251, line 6, and end that same page on the objection on line 14. Madam
Okay.
Clerk, Madam Court Reporter, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so Ms. Doherty, you go ahead and take a look at that and see if you agree. As I said, I'm going to read. So do you agree with that stopping and starting points?
Yes, Judge.
On the cross? Okay, now we'll go off the record. We'll take a break. You look at the redirect and see if you all can agree. If you do, PDF it and send it to my JA.
Okay, so the court that we're hearing right now and the discussion, that's the Ice Cream Man murder trial It's pretty complex. They're in verdict watch right now. That's the only reason why we're watching this here. We have not followed this trial. We're waiting. The top right-hand corner is the Gwyneth Paltrow case. It looks like they've got about half an hour before they expect that court to start. So we're sort of keeping an eye on the ice cream man murder trial in case a verdict came in as we wait for the Gwyneth Paltrow to start. So as soon as Gwyneth Paltrow's case starts, we'll be hearing that one. And it's in the top right-hand corner right now of the screen. Let's see. I was answering a few questions. I forgot what I was in the middle of talking about on metal detecting. Kathy says, I'm just rejoining. What case is this showing now? I'm thinking the Paltrow case hasn't started yet this morning. You're correct. You're correct. I think I explained that. If you probably asked this question before I explained that. Do you have to use earphones when you metal detect? Dean, that's a great question. I would say I use earphones when I metal detect at the beach because the waves are loud, and my hearing is not what it was when I was a young man and listening to loud music in my headphones, which is probably why my hearing is not what it was when I was a young man. So at a beach, I like to wear headphones so that I can sort of isolate the noise from the sounds I'm listening for, because a lot of the sounds at the beach can be very quiet, and I'm listening for the slightest detection. You can often detect for 50, 100 feet and never go over anything. So you're hearing nothing, and you're wondering, is my machine working at all? And there are some settings you can set. The machine I use is the Equinox on the beach. It's made by MindLab. A little more expensive. I think that one's about $1,200, but you can set it so there's a threshold where there's a constant sound in the background. And imagine you can have like positive sounds that beep, and you can have negative sounds that dip on the threshold, and it gets quieter. And so I listen for both getting quieter as well as beeps, because both could indicate there's some metal nearby that might be of interest. So I use headphones when I'm detecting at the beach. When I'm with kids, and they're following me around, they want to see what I'm finding type thing, I take the headphones out. I let them hear what the beeps are at the playground, and they'll come running, what'd you find type thing. Generally, in that case, I tell them, I said, look, if it's a ring, I need to try to find the owner, so I can't let you keep it. But any coins I find at a playground, it goes into the pocket of the first kid who ran up and said, can I do it? And I'm always like, I have to talk to your parents first, make sure it's okay. And their mom's like, oh, it's fine, or leave the guy alone type thing. It's weird. But yes, I use earphones when I'm by myself or on the beach. And most metal detectors have earphone capability. The high-end ones have wireless earphones, which it actually is a huge difference. It's a big plus. My first metal detector was not wireless, and I didn't realize how cumbersome it was to have a cord going from my metal detector to my headphones as I'm trying to dig and set things down and things, but it's all good. Hey, looks like we're getting...
Give you a preview, Your Honor. We want to introduce with the statement, and we provided yesterday a statement, an instruction we want given to the court, and those issues have been intermixed.
So this is the exhibit. This is the link on the exhibit that people have been showing, the email to the plaintiff to his daughter and back the same day of the incident.
True. It has nothing to do with the GoPro. The GoPro is a separate issue.
It's the link at the bottom of Mr. Sanderson's email.
Comments.
Okay, so we've got the exhibit now, or the results of that link.
Yeah. With a string of comments.
So you can correct me, Pete, but as I understand it, we're in agreement that it can come in, but defense would like to have it be connected to both the page that we've already shown. I don't know if you can see this, Your Honor, but
Whitney.
It's the picture of Whitney with some description, which is actually the page you get to if you press the link, or would have gotten to before. Which, we can explain that
once it was activated,
and then another page which you have to exit out of that picture with a little caption, and it gives you another page that includes a little event link, that when you press that link, it goes to these comments. And so we think they should all go together to make a clear picture, but we're not objecting to the comments themselves.
Well, we can't, there's no way we can get that done in time. Because we're putting him on first. And if they want to supplement, and we'll stipulate that no one's at fault for this. You know,
I won't stipulate.
Let me just, I don't know if you knew this, Mr. Sykes, but we may not be starting, we're not starting at 9, and we'll start at 9:15 if the jury's assembled. I'm not sure, they're not all here yet because of the snowstorm, so we've got a few minutes. But in principle, do we agree on that, Mr. Sorensen?
We do. We agree that it should come in. It's kind of working out the logistics of moving that forward. I think is where we might be.
So you want me to instruct the jury that it's been found?
Well, we had a couple of
It's been
different ideas. I
accessed.
think that is a very fine instruction, Your Honor. I think we had also thought about possibly having Terry log it in to the site, and
but we don't need to do that. Though.
We don't need to do that if this is already.
And Judge, if they want to find that other page, we have no problem of that coming into. You know, if there's some other page you have, we just want to delay it because we have 5 minutes.
It's a matter of creating the exhibit. I think is where we are now.
All right, and then I think then the statement that you would give to explain to the jury. We proposed one, and I don't know if you've had a chance to look at that.
That's something I didn't see.
Let's hand it.
We have. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Here's.
They're talking about that link that was in the email. The link that was in the email. Let's see here, just 1 second. I want to change the feed. This one's flickering. I don't like it.
Yeah, I think the other side needs to hear what's going on here.
Let's just do it openly.
Yeah. So
page 3 at the bottom is what we're talking about.
Do you mind if I read it, Your Honor, and then I'll add what we're thinking maybe we add to it to help make clear from plaintiff's side what has happened? Sure. So we propose the following statement. Members of the jury, I'm going to tell you about a new piece of evidence. A viewer following the trial and familiar with finding archived website links investigated the link referenced on Defendant's Exhibit 102, Mr. Sanderson's email to his daughters on the day of the accident. Through the viewer's efforts and expertise, he provided a functional link to defendant on Friday. That was 2 days ago. Defendant immediately disclosed those documents to plaintiff in the court. And then this was the addition we just were thinking of adding. Plaintiff has since accessed the page through Terry Sanderson's Meetup login. This link leads to, well, I guess that wouldn't be able to go right there, but that should be added somewhere. This link, the one that was provided by the person following the trial, leads to a meetup.com post made by Mr. Sanderson and the associated pages of comments, which includes comments made by plaintiff and Mr. Ramon about the accident unavailable to either party.
Let's switch to this, see if this is any better. Hang on here.
About the accident unavailable to either party.
Previously unavailable.
Yes.
Well, so I don't like that last sentence. Okay. Because I think it was previously available to them.
Well, what I propose then is that you say,
he disagrees
that
with
I
his
say
co-counsel,
that we're equally available to both sides.
I think that's accurate, Your Honor. There's a kind of continual insinuation that plaintiff hid something or withheld something that's already been in the fabric of this case, and that's the biggest issue for us on the plaintiff's side, is that we disclosed this, we disclosed these links, and whether they were explored or not, I think is moot at this point because we've now discovered there's additional evidence that I think it should be neutral. I don't think
So why were they not equally available?
Because he reactivated his password just days ago and brought
that's
up.
That's not accurate, Your Honor.
I'd like to hear it from Mr. Owens. Go ahead, Mr. Owens.
In chambers, they said.
No, you don't need to repeat that. But why was it not equally available to both sides if this tech geek, for lack of a better word, was able to find it?
Tech geek.
Because it required their password.
So this person that contacted defense counsel had their password?
Okay.
It seems like with computer forensics, either side could have accessed that link.
Yes.
Your Honor, we tried. 100 times to access.
I realize
link.
that. I realize that, but it seems that it was equally available or equally unavailable to both sides. It was very difficult.
I think what happened is
they just have to
Terry
type it in.
reactivated his account a few days ago, and then the viewer was able then to access the.
And how do we know this? Do you have a computer expert that's going to say that?
So that basically the account was locked, and so the link was bad.
That's the crux right there. There's no facts to back up that. That might be a defense theory, but besides just pure speculation and supposition, there's no computer expert that will say that somehow logging in under Mr. Sanderson's credentials reactivated anything.
Well, I think I've already identified that being the issue. But even if that were true, Mr. Owens, through discovery, you could have asked for that.
I did in writing, and Deer Valley did. Give us all photos.
This isn't the time, though, to fight that battle.
We're dealing with something that came about Friday morning at 10:30 a.m. So it's simple for them. It wasn't simple for us.
Well, I'm not convinced that it was simple for them. I don't have facts before me to say that it was simple for them.
This is out because it came to us and we disclosed it.
Right.
To this day, they didn't get it. This idea that it's all equal, I don't agree, and I think they're going to argue, because they told me they would on Friday, that Mr. Owens in opening said this is the most important evidence, and look, here it is. And without some statement, like a viewer contacted Mr. Owens' office, my office, and we immediately disclosed it, then it looks like I've lied to the jury in opening, Your Honor, because it was equally available.
Why don't you show me what you can agree on, and maybe the availability comment just isn't part of the court's instruction. I'll just give them the facts that on Friday, a viewer of this trial was, basically sent a copy of the document that they were able to obtain through Internet Archives and got it to the defense counsel, and the defense counsel then disclosed it to the court and to plaintiff's counsel. Mr. Sykes?
How about just saying this is totally neutral? This has since been discovered. No one is at fault. But it's since been discovered. That way you don't help anybody by the way you announce it.
Well, if you could give me that additional language that you believe that the two of you had agreed on, and I'll just look at it and I'll make a decision. I understand Mr. Owens' position that he doesn't want nobody's at fault, or it was equally available or equally unavailable. He doesn't want that language in there. I'll consider all of the proposals and give them an instruction.
And the defendant found it.
I think that's in the language. Not that you found it, but that someone sent it to you.
And we immediately disclosed it.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
But that's trying to get some benefit from it. See, I'm saying that it should be neutral.
Well, I'll take that into account, and what I want to do is disclose to the jury the facts of what happened so that they can understand it. So there'll be some information about.
There's still
a viewer found it. It's been produced, and here it is.
Murdoch stole it.
That's it. It doesn't have to be we immediately disclosed it, or somebody's at fault, nobody's at fault. The viewer found it. We have it. Here it is.
And Owens is saying it doesn't exist, but here it is. But it was Owens who just found it and disclosed it. So I didn't find it, but
I think we've got everything out that needs to get out on that issue. Plaintiff's exhibits 1 through what? 43, is it?
44.
44. Is there agreement on this?
There are some objections, Your Honor. We filed some, and I should pull up the. This was our objections from before, not recently filed.
Right. I've got that here.
Maybe the first things we should address are some of those end exhibits, which include some literature that was late, and the court ruled that Dr. Fong's testimony talking about it couldn't be shown. That's 41 and 42.
Can we go in order? Because 39,
the feed from the courthouse is jumpy. It might be the snowstorm.
Lawyer's handwriting. Do you have 39 in front of you, Your Honor?
I don't have anything right now, and I'm looking for the objections. Just give me a moment.
It's not a video. The link points
have a
to
list
a
of
still
the-
image which we've already seen. It's the girl, the ski resort.
Do you have a list of the exhibits that
ski
can
patrol
be
girl
admitted, that you're not objecting to?
So
would it make sense, Mr. Sykes, to introduce the exhibits that there are not objections to right now?
Sure. And we will withdraw any effort to admit the literature. We were going to use it to, not to admit it, we were going to use it to put it in front of the witness. But we'll withdraw that, so no literature comes in.
So that's 41 and 42 withdrawn. Your Honor, this binder they've given us 1 through 38. These are authentic documents, but some have not been referenced. So I don't think they just get a ream of paper, many of the documents of which have not been referenced in the trial. They haven't rested yet, so perhaps we have to extend this conversation until after they rest, because now they're calling 2 witnesses.
So I guess if there's a motion to admit exhibits and some of those exhibits you're now withdrawing,
they must have subpoenaed
perhaps
the girl.
you could make a new motion, Mr. Bueller, that would identify those exhibits that you're moving to admit.
Okay, Your Honor, plaintiff moves to admit plaintiff's exhibits 1 through 40.
And 44.
And 44.
1 through 40 and 44.
On number 44, I just looked at it. I think there's one little redaction that needs to happen. There's a cell phone number. We should probably redact that out of one of the comments.
Okay. And then
And what's the defendant's position on 1 through 40 and 44?
So 33 is Dr. Fong's records, and there are fMRI records that she didn't speak to, and I think those should not be admitted given the court's ruling on her fMRI testimony. In the objection we filed, I believe I noted each of those particular pages within Exhibit 33, which is her records, that need to be removed.
Your Honor, we'll stipulate to that.
Okay.
We'll withdraw 33 from our list.
Okay. So 33 is withdrawn. What's the next exhibit where there's an issue?
Your Honor, 39 is not, I think, to be clear, Eric Christensen was deposed. It was over Zoom. Let's give you a copy.
I've got...
I just shared the link for the pinpointer I've been talking about metal detecting. This is my personal favorite because the battery lasts forever. I've had mine for years, and I've gone through 3 batteries.
During
It's a
Eric
9-volt
Christensen's
battery.
deposition.
They're amazing.
So it's not a photograph. It's the actual page that he, Eric Christensen was directing us to. So we have that actual exhibit, Your Honor, or the actual easel, which was used behind me while I was questioning Eric Christensen.
So that is Lawrence Bueller's handwriting. That's not
directed by
Eric Christensen. So Eric Christensen's going to say that there's a far better document, which is this animation that represents his testimony. And
Is the witness? Well, I guess you could. Why don't we hold 39 in abeyance to see if it gets admitted through the witness?
It was confirmed by Eric Christensen in his deposition. That's the one we used.
It was confirmed by Eric Christensen in his deposition. What?
Exhibit 39. He was directing me to. I said, "Is this the point where you were at the moment of the crash?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "Okay, I'll draw a circle." And he confirmed that the circle of his initials is what he did.
I guess I'll have to see how the evidence comes out, because things said at the deposition don't necessarily mean they're going to be said here, and it's what's said here on the record that matters. So
We might hit 10,000 this week. That's what I'm thinking.
43 is
Pretty
not one of
close.
the exhibits they want to admit.
Only for illustrative purpose. I'll use it in closing argument.
But there's a title on there that now appears that was not authorized by the court. Executive functioning has been put at the top. That's nowhere on the document.
Yeah, it is. That's the page before.
It's in the last column, to the right. Is this added to the?
Oh, we did. We took the middle out like you suggested.
And added
Words executive functioning, were they added or were they part of the original?
Yeah, let me show you. Let me have.
Danielle, send me a picture of the metal detector you found at the garage sale. I'll go through the owner's manual for it and see if I can give you a simplified way to get it set up to give you the best chance of it working, assuming it's in working condition. Love to see you find some treasure.
Say, Jody, can you ask the bailiff to let us know when all?
The jury's not all there yet, probably because of the snowstorm, according to the judge. Paltrow will be in court. She's been in court every day so far. When the jury's there, she is there.
Which is kind
So
of
she'll come in
marked
right
up,
at the last minute. But she does not come in for the back and
Executive
forth.
function is on the far right side in very small type, but they've put a title on the entire thing.
If I could approach Judge.
What was the original exhibit
Page
number?
19 of Goldstein's report.
Okay, come on in. Come on over.
Let me show you this. There it is right there.
Nancy D. Is it Nancy D's birthday? I cannot find the comment that shows that it is. Did I miss it?
I mean, I think it's fine for a closing argument. It's just a tool to use during closing argument. So,
Can he say at least I put the title on it?
Well, it's here. It's in the.
This is what we got.
right. Right. Just clarify that the words at the top are your heading, Mr. Sykes.
Say again.
Just clarify. I mean, the jury may remember that chart. So just say, well, I put these words up here so that it'd be clear.
It's from here, though.
So the words under executive function are not these words. This is Terry's results are detailed.
We took that out.
That says Terry's responses. So
We took that out. That's all that.
I know, but I'm saying that title isn't immediately before this document. It sounds like the judge says all when he uses it, he has to say, I put this title.
Okay.
Is that okay, Your Honor?
That was my ruling.
Thank you.
This judge has graduated from recess duty a long time ago, but now he's back doing the same stuff
Pardon?
that the recess duty did in elementary school. These kids are, I say kids, but
Standing order, which we have a copy of if you're ready to move on to a new topic.
Are there any other of the plaintiff's exhibits? Are there any issues with 1 through 40 or 44? Minus 33.
So if referenced, if not referenced in the whole trial thus far, they shouldn't go in. So because they haven't rested.
You'll have to identify the ones that were not referenced then. So the court.
Okay.
Because they've been moved for admission. I think it may be confusing to the jury if exhibits haven't been referenced during the trial, and then all of a sudden they show up as exhibits. So
right.
I think it's a valid objection. I just need to know which ones you're identifying.
Okay, and since they haven't rested, I can't answer that.
Okay.
Your Honor, we'll take. You want to talk to it?
Does counsel really want me to go through each medical record and authenticate that?
No, but if an entire exhibit has not been referenced in this trial, I don't want it. And it sounds like the judge doesn't want it.
What that means is that we have to waste court time going through each one and ask Terry, is this your record? Yes. Is this your record? Yes. I mean, I don't know why we can't stipulate to that.
I don't either. I mean, either that or if your proffer, as Mr. Sanderson would, I mean, can you just have Mr. Sanderson click off can you just go through them all real quickly with him?
Can, but I mean, it'll take 10 minutes.
Or could we do a lump sum, 1 through?
I think you can do it lump sum, if you can. I mean, it's not really an authentication that's being asked for. It's just some reference to the jury as to what it is.
I mean, we agreed before the trial to not call witnesses and that everything is deemed authenticated that comes from the VA, etc. And I don't know why we're backtracking on that honorable stipulation at this point.
I stand by my honorable stipulation.
I just want to be, Steve, I just need to be clear on what it is that you need to be done.
For instance, I'm echoing what the judge said, which it would be confusing to the jury if a record is never referenced in the trial and is suddenly in the jury room with them.
The experts reviewed all of the medical records, Your Honor, and they've testified as to that. And that's what's contained in the exhibits. So they were referenced, they weren't referenced page by page or date by date, but they were given copies of all of the records. They've testified to that. It's in the reports.
I'll tell you what, Your Honor, because we do want to start on time.
Yeah.
We'll do it, as long as they do it for ours.
Of course.
That's fine.
Okay. So plaintiffs 1 through 32, 34 through 40, and 40. Well, let me just restate that. So plaintiffs 1 through 32 are received. Plaintiffs 34 through 38 are received. Plaintiffs 40 is received, and plaintiffs 44 is received. So that excludes the Fong records 33, and it excludes the Exhibit 39, which may be introduced later. I'm correct?
And on 43, I can only use it during...
43 is a demonstrative exhibit that you could use during closing.
Portions of 33 were the deal with the F.
Yeah, the 33 is already out. They've withdrawn 33. Are there fMRI references in 34 also?
I don't believe so. I mean, there may be references to the fact that
this feed jumping is getting really frustrating for me. I wish they could clean that up a little bit.
I don't believe that.
Okay, so the court will receive plaintiffs 1 through 32, 4 through 38, 40, and 44 as exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, turning now to this proposed order. I haven't read the proposed order. Is there an issue with the proposed order or an objection to it? On the animations?
Let's see. Yes.
None has been logged, Your Honor, and this was produced weeks ago.
Your Honor, it's our understanding that the court directed us to wait until trial to see what the evidence shows, and then we can object just before they're admitted. The animations are admitted, but we do find them objectionable now, and we don't want to waive that objection and have them just pop up on the screen.
Kevin, give me a break here, or when there's a break, I will do this.
Look at the order real quickly.
Okay, he's looking at that.
Your Honor, I prepared it as I understand as I recall from your instruction after the evidentiary hearing.
Sure. I have a physical copy if you want one.
No, I've got it here. Thank you.
All right, so hopefully while the judge is reading this, we can talk for a minute. This is pre-trial. The jury is or pre-jury appearance. The trial's going on. But these are the back and forth, everything that wasn't taken care of before trial, issues that have come up during trial. Before the jury comes in for the day, the judge and the attorneys try to argue and hash out an agreement on how to proceed.
Are there any objections to the proposed order, which doesn't address the issues that you just raised, Mr. Bueller? In other words, they're not going to flash the animations up before they're admitted. There has to be a sponsoring witness.
Part of their paragraph 3 here. We think on page 3.
Yes.
The top 4 lines. We don't recall that being part of the Page 3, top 4 lines.
The flashing signal is, is driving me nuts.
Before we started, and I didn't hear that part in there in my oral ruling.
Then that's my mistake.
And I'll probably add a little bit more. What I'll be adding is in my notes. Just a second.
Okay, they're going to have to plug this in. Turn off the camera. Turn it back on again. We've got some major issues.
He also
with this
specified
signal.
in hearing what the witnesses for the.
Okay, I'm going to turn the audio just for a minute while they get this sorted. Turn it off for just a second. The camera feed is so bad, possibly because of the snowstorm, and they might be doing a wireless link. Sweep the snow off the satellite dish. Paltrow isn't in the courtroom. She actually, if you watch carefully, she came in the man doors in the back and turned, and she's in the viewing room with the one-way glass. She's sitting down there. We saw you could see her hair. You could see her silhouette with her tall drinking bottle. I'm not sure if it's glass or metal, but she is there and ready to come in. So she'll come in at a moment's notice as soon as they're ready. As soon as the jury is going to be called, she'll be in when the jury shows up. This is just this is really bad on the feed. Let me see if I can find another feed that is not so bad. So that's the update as they try to discuss this. Let's see if it's any better.
Is the jury all? Okay, the jury's not quite all assembled yet, so let's take a short recess for the completely assembled.
Okay, during the recess, they should be fixing these cables.
It's not a big one.
Oh, man.
A poor quality shot of right after when Gwyneth, that guy kind of hurt me, and
I'd like to have a jury instruction conference tomorrow.
Tried it.
I need you to tell me if it'd be better to have it at lunch or at the end of the day tomorrow. So I'd like to have a jury instruction conference tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, I'm playing with a couple different feeds, trying to get the best one, and it's awful. They need to kill the feed just for a second and fix everything, because this is painful. So hopefully they're going to do a quick fix here. Could be due to the snowstorm. I'm looking for another live feed. It's not looking good quite yet. Just honestly, let me see if there are only a couple places carrying it. So snowstorm-induced epilepsy. Yes, it does happen all the time during snowstorms, and they are having one now. That's why the jury's not even all there yet. There are some people who are struggling to get there in the snow. They've had these issues. This is probably the worst I've seen, though. It's almost unintelligible at this point. Yes, DMB, get that on your bingo card. The seizure-induced audio-visual. What is that called when it's with the flashing lights on the screen cause seizures? Okay, I half answered about a half dozen questions. So if there are any I left,
There's a lawsuit.
If there are any that are left, I can see if Court TV has a better one. It was the same this morning. Okay. Try switching things around a little bit. There's 3. audio a little different route. Let's see if that helps. Wait for it. We'll get there. We've got the court TV feed pulled up here. We're just in a break, waiting for the jury to all file in. The children fighting this morning have been a little bit spicy. We're just getting warmed up, I think. I think the court TV feed is a couple seconds ahead of the law and crime feed. So we'll put it on. Here we go. So we've got Court TV in the bottom right-hand corner underneath me. We have Florida up on top. There's Law and Crime on the way back. Let's hear some audio. Let's turn that on. No audio yet from either. Hoosier at Heart says, Ivan, I have a feeling Terry's going to blow us all away. I have a feeling he's going to be quite a character. That would be interesting. He's been portrayed as possibly not going to be the best witness. That's the idea. So 2's flickering a ton. I'm hearing clicking from that as well. Kill that. We're going to try 3. We'll try the court TV feed. Okay, I'm going to reboot. I'm going to reboot my device that's feeding camera 2. Camera crew is still recovering from the birthday party. This is Michelle. That's what happens when you don't have fiber optic cable. Ted, they pulled the cable down my street. It's above ground cable, so they ran it along the telephone poles down my street. I'm waiting for them to go ahead and splice off a little bit and send it to my house. I'm ready and waiting. Ivan, you don't like the great seal of the seal of the state of Utah? Yeah, fun note, as a matter of fact, the seal of the state of Utah used to be featured on the flag as well. And just in the last couple of weeks, they changed the seal. Okay, here comes Mrs. Paltrow. Just 1 second here. Okay, I'm watching to see if it's the flickers happen at the same time on both channels. Court TV is a little bit delayed. Let's see how long. Okay, wait for it. Oh, wow. That's just fantastic. Flash back and forth, back and forth. Mr. Terry Sanderson just came in. Let's get some audio from Terry here if there is any. There isn't. Man, I feel like there's like a static, like a lightning storm happening in my head. This zip, 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 back and forth. think Court TV is trying to fix their feed right now because, well, here we go. Let's take camera 3. So this is delayed. Court TV is like 2 minutes behind Law and Crime. So Mrs. Gwyneth Paltrow comes in right here with a mug. That was not what she was drinking from earlier. And I'm struggling to get this feed fixed right for you guys. This is crazy. And then you've got the other one coming. I'm going to bounce. I'm going to bounce a feed here. Hold on one second. We have audio.
I need to deal with that jury instruction issue if they're coming out right now.
Which jury instruction issue?
Thank you. Sorry to be vague. With the newly disclosed comments section, if they're going to use that with Terry, then I would like the instruction read that this came through
Why is he suddenly wearing a mask?
Your Honor, just to let we advise defense counsel and the clerk that we are going to call Craig Ramon for 5 minutes confirmation of the Exhibit 44.
Yeah, this is terrible, guys.
Statement that the court will be giving the jury Exhibit 44.
We don't have it or printed out, but it was the neutral Kristen Van Orman.
I need specific agreement, otherwise I own.
Yeah. Orally, to go was fine.
But we're requesting what's in your filing.
Well, I think Your Honor mentioned that you would just mention.
Should I consider your arguments, but I'll have to go through the language and make a decision.
Right. So, should we handwrite it because we won't be able to 15 minutes ago.
Set the paragraph we want.
Okay, we need to fix this. This is so painful.
Well, the last part of the last sentence. Were previously unavailable to either party.
I've got to see if I can find a feed that's not.
I think
it's not jumping like this.
Exhibit 40 found by a third party, and both parties are agreeing that make a copy of what was, and then Craig Ramon, I'm going to call right now, will go through that and confirm his comments.
We can wait 3 minutes if you want to do that, Judge, if I can.
I think I've got enough. I can probably craft something.
Want to be heard on.
Okay, the bad news is accessing this from a third device separate from my own network on an independent feed has the same problem. So this is definitely from the courtroom side. There's not going to be a better source than what you're seeing here, unfortunately. Who is consulting on what Gwyneth is wearing today? I think she's pretty much on her own there. She's got quite a wardrobe. Don't know why she's in a mask. It might have been Gwyneth's recommendation or a request. If you spend a lot of time with the opposing counsel, maybe that's why. Excuse me, the opposing counsel has had a bit of a cough for quite a while. Terry's getting set to take the stand as the jury, I think, is about ready to be brought in. LC says they're working on it in the courtroom. Yeah, this is bad. It's almost like a grounding issue.
What I'm going to do is read something on the fly, ask that the counsel not embellish any of the facts of what I'm about to read. Okay, we're ready for the jury.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with Mr. Owens. He may have a bit of a cold, so he's wearing that. Yes, DMB, I'm working a little bit on my end as well. Let me do a couple more things to reduce the pops, those clicks, because they're peaking. I can limit them a little bit, Taking channel 2, I've got a limiter in place. So I'll lower the level so they don't peak quite so high. Wish I could see on an equalizer. I need a graphic equalizer so I could isolate the sounds. And I could possibly filter out that frequency. If somebody wants to guess at what the frequency is, I can filter that out.
You don't want to turn that on and show it.
Jury's coming in, though. We're underway. Yeah, so somebody fly me out there real quick. I'll get this sorted.
Good morning, members of the jury. That you're traveling in this morning was safe and everyone got here okay. The weather outside is still winter, I guess. Well, there is a new piece of evidence in this case. I'm going to tell you about that. A viewer that's been following this trial out of the court and familiar with finding archived website links investigated the link referenced on Defendant's Exhibit 102. That's the Mr. Sanderson email to his daughters on the day of the accident. There's a link at the bottom of that page. Well, this viewer, through their efforts and expertise, through that, we now have a copy of what was linked. And you will receive it. Be an exhibit. It's Plaintiff's Exhibit 44 and Defendant's Exhibit 102. Plaintiff's Exhibit 44 and Defendant's Exhibit 102. And the parties do agree that this new exhibit is authentic. Plaintiff, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Plaintiff Terry Sanderson recalls Craig Ramon.
Craig is the original witness, the eyewitness that saw the crash.
Mr. Ramon, you'll need to be sworn in again as a witness. It's a new day.
It's a new dawn. It's a new day.
Hello. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God? Thank you.
Good morning.
Does Terry have his top button buttoned up? It looks like his... It's funny to have an open top button and a tie.
Good morning, Mr. Ramon.
Hey, good morning.
I've handed you Plaintiff's Exhibit 44. Have you had a chance to review that before?
Yes.
And this are the comments and postings on meetup.com. Is that correct?
Yes.
And, this was the website that you used to meet up with the other skiers on the day of the crash, correct?
Yes.
And first I'd like to turn you to page 2 of Exhibit 44, Plaintiff's Exhibit 44. And on the lower left, you see the color photograph of the woman smiling?
Yes.
Is that the ski patroller that you met on the day of the crash?
I'm guessing it is. Well, show it.
Okay. You have it on page 2?
Oh, yes, yes, I believe that's her.
That's Whitney Smith that you met that day?
Yes. Show it.
Oh, show it. Sorry. see on the lower left of Exhibit 44, page 2?
Yes.
Okay. And you made a few postings on this meetup.com website, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to read some of your postings on that day, and so I'm going to reference some of the pages. Could you turn to page 4 of 9? The page numbers are on the bottom right. So, do you see page 4 of 9?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm trying this Nasal. I'm trying this WTLX feed to see if that's any better. Give me just a minute to check it.
Okay, your first comment on that page 4, I'm just going to read it to you and ask you to confirm that this is what you posted. But before we start that, you'll see it says 2,588 days ago.
Yes, I see that.
And this was probably before the ski crash, but on the same day, correct?
I'm not sure exactly. So I'm guessing it was probably it was right around. Which one are you talking about?
The one in the middle of the page.
Just give Deer Valley your pass. Yes, that's true.
You wrote or typed in that day, just give Deer Valley your pass. They have your photo. It will be a great day. I will be on the hill at 9:30. That's your first posting that day, you believe?
Yes.
Okay, and then at the bottom of the page 4.
Yes, this is the link they're talking about. The link goes to this conversation and the picture of the Deer Valley Ski Patrol girl.
Maybe. Well, let's see. I guess that one's a different one, maybe. Let's see. Nope.
He says, sorry, I can't
Maybe that's a different day. I'm going to move to the next one. Let's go to page 6 of 9. Can you go there? Okay, I'm going to read just what you typed in there in the middle. It says, Scott, Terry was not doing the man thing. Terry had a bad hit to the head. You do not have the ski patrol take you down the hill if you have a pain in your ass. Is that what you typed that day?
Yes, it is.
This was the day of the crash.
This was a few days after.
Okay.
They haven't done the math on the days. They have no idea what these days are. No one's
Then at the bottom of that, page 6, we're going to continue to 7. It has your name, and then it continues on to page 7. I'm going to read you what page 7 says. Scott, the thing you did not see was Terry was knocked out cold. Bad hit to the head. Not too sure if Terry has broken ribs. I did see Terry did not know his name. I asked Terry what his name was, and he did not know. Scott, it scared the hell out of me. Is that what you typed? And that was on or around the day of the crash, or after the crash?
That was a little bit after, a few days after the crash.
Okay. Then page 7. We have another comment.
Somebody want to do the math and figure out
see that?
how far after the crash that was?
Yes, I do.
And you typed, Scott, thanks for the humor. I got it when you were trying the whole thing. You guys did not see what I did see. No need to say you're sorry. You typed that, correct?
Yes, I did.
This was
Then
just
the
printed
final
off.
Page
the
8
last
of
couple
9.
days. Friday.
And under your name it says, "You cannot make this up. Gwyneth took out Terry last week. Last Saturday, her son broke his arm skiing at Park City. Gwyneth was staying at the Montage. She took her plane out of Million Airport. I wish I did know so many people. What makes me mad is that Gwyneth took out Terry and just took off." Is that what you typed that?
Yes,
that
it is.
the week after the crash?
Yes, it is.
She just took off as in a plane just took off?
Except for the irrelevant stuff at the end on page 9. That's all I have. Who is Very T in Exhibit 44? Plaintiff's exhibit. Terry T is mentioned. Do you remember?
I'm going to try to switch to this other feed.
It says, "You cannot make this up. Gwyneth took out Terry last week.
Is that any better?
Last Saturday, her son broke his arm skiing at Park City. Gwyneth was staying at the Montage. She took her plane out of Million Airport. I wish I did know so many people. What makes me mad is that Gwyneth took out Terry and just took off." Is that what you typed that?
Yes,
that
it
was
is.
the week after the crash?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and except for the irrelevant stuff at the end on page 9, that's all I have.
I'm still tweaking the audio to get the hiss out of the background.
Who is Very T in Exhibit 44? Plaintiff's exhibit. Terry T is mentioned.
Boost the audio just a little bit so it's quiet. Still has those pops.
I'm not sure who Very T is.
Could it be Terry Sanderson?
That was very leading.
Yeah.
Why don't you look at the Very T comments and see if it...
Question right now. Go ahead and ask your next question.
Yeah. That's right.
This witness has no idea. Oh, earthquake in the courtroom, apparently. KQD, thanks for doing the math. I don't remember, what was the date of the ski accident? Could this be a week or two after? Stephanie Willis, I took the hiss out using an equalizer. It does flatten their voices a little bit, but I've tried to tune a little bit.
Craig, would you go to page 2 of this Exhibit 44?
Google says it was 226.
On the left, it says Very T, event organizer. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And also, 2 over, it says Kurt L, event organizer, 4 shared groups. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Was Kurt L at the meetup group at Deer Valley on the day of the crash?
Yeah, Kurt was the one who organized that day.
Okay. Go back to the left and look at Very T. Are you able to recognize the photo above Very T?
It looks like Terry, and Terry was the one who organized the meetup groups up at Alta.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Craig.
Okay, let's see the cross on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Bueller. Mr. Egan?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ramon, good to see you again. I have a couple questions from the defense. So the first would be, at the start of this page, and I haven't used this Elmo projector before, so give me a second.
It's not Elmo's fault.
Do you see Do you see that on page 2? Got it. Thank you. I have to press focus. Okay, there you are. So you see that there's some photos there at the bottom of the page.
Yes.
And do you recognize the photo there of the ski patroller?
Yes.
Was that Whitney Smith?
I believe so.
The ski patroller who responded to Mr. Sanderson on the hill?
Yes.
And cared for him during the urgent care or the first aid clinic visit that he had there on the ski hill?
Yes.
And I do not see any videos there. Were there any, to your memory, GoPro or other videos posted on this webpage?
No.
And then, and I believe you're unaware of any GoPro footage at all, is that correct?
Yes.
And then if you go to page, let's match it up with mine here, page 7. Actually, your name is cut off at the top there, so if you look back at page 6, can you see that it shows your name and then goes on to page 7 where there's at the very top there a note that you wrote, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and in that note you write, Terry did not know his name. I asked Terry what his name was and he did not know, but I believe you've told the jury last week that he did remember his name?
He had to really think hard about it. It took like 4 or 5 seconds for him to remember his name.
But that's not what you wrote here. You wrote here, Terry did not know his name.
When I first asked him, he didn't know his name. He had to really think about it.
I asked Terry what his name was and he did not know.
Yeah, he when I asked him, he didn't know his name, and then he just took some time to kind of just think about it, and then after about 4 or 5 seconds, he just said, Terry.
Okay. So what you wrote here is not what you told the jury last week. Is that fair to say?
Could you please repeat that?
Just here in your note, you do not say that he did later remember his name. You just say he didn't remember it all. And as I understand it, that was different than what you told the jury last week. Is that correct?
Yes. When I basically was talking about this, I didn't go into much detail, on this. I was just making a point that he was having a hard time knowing what his name was.
Okay, so let's go to this last page, well, I guess there's a kind of blank page at the end, but page 8, the last page with your comments on it. Do you see up there at the top another one of your comments?
James, you can expand that.
Okay. Yeah, that is hard to see.
Everyone in the courtroom. Terry's going to be the next witness. He's going to take the stand next. This is the friend, Craig, who supposedly saw the crash.
I'm learning old technology. I appreciate this. Thank you.
This is new technology.
Okay, so in this comment that you wrote, correct, this top comment is yours, Mr. Ramon?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and in this comment you wrote, Gwyneth took out Terry last week. Last Saturday, her son broke his arm skiing at Park City. How did you know that?
There's a lady I know that works at works at Snowbird and Deer Valley. She works up at the Montage, or Deer Valley, and she told me.
Okay, and then Gwyneth was staying at the Montage. How did you know that?
That's what she told me.
And why were you talking to her about Gwyneth?
She knew what happened, and then she told me that what happened.
Sorry, that's not clear to me. So she knew what happened?
She knew that Gwyneth took out Terry, and so then when I saw her, she told me what happened. I didn't ask her about it. She just told me that's what happened.
Well, she wasn't there at the collision, right?
No, she just worked up at the hotel.
So how would she have any knowledge of it?
Speculation.
I have no idea.
Objection.
She took her plane out of Million Air Airport. How
Sold
did you
stuff
know
to those guys.
about Miss Gwyneth or Miss Paltrow's travels?
One of my best friends, he works at a Millionaire, and that's where a lot of the private jets, the charter jets, that's where they fly into that part of the airport.
I've hung out in their offices. It's a cool place.
It sounds to me like you were talking to a lot of people about Gwyneth Paltrow during this time. Is that correct?
No, my best friend, he knew what happened, and he's the one who told me.
So you didn't tell these people what happened, even though you were the one at the collision site?
Yeah, I told my friend what happened, yes.
Okay. So you were telling people about this accident?
Yes, I've told people about it.
And then they were telling you things they knew about Miss Paltrow, that at least they claimed to know about Miss Paltrow?
Yes.
But they could be mistaken, is that correct?
Yes.
So if Miss Paltrow's son didn't in fact break his arm while skiing, you wouldn't dispute that? You wouldn't have any way to dispute that, correct?
I have no idea. That's just what I was told.
So the son broke his arm the week before and is out skiing again the next week.
Let me go back. I just have, I think, one more question for you. So if you were to look at let's go to page 7. Those comments that I believe you've connected to Terry Sanderson, those ones in the middle of the page, you can read them to yourself. But my question is, given that you've described him as being knocked out cold in other comments here, I wanted to ask you whether you found Terry to be articulate in his posts and comments on this page following his injury.
Sustained as to vagueness, if you could point out something.
Okay. So maybe it's better to go. These are kind of difficult because they don't have dates on each comment, correct? They just show, for example, let's go to this one.
The days ago was...
This one at the bottom, you see on Very Terry's, or Very T's comment, it says 2,584 days ago, correct?
Yes, I see that.
And that's
okay, and
based off Friday.
Okay, yeah, I don't know
Saturday.
that. So I'm asking Mr. Ramon, do you know when these comments were made? Is this on the day of the accident when he says you organized a perfect day?
I don't see where it says you organized I don't see where does it say that you organized a perfect day?
It's on page 6, the third comment down.
One of the sides should have all those dates
He's looking at that with council approach, please.
calculated by now. It's not that difficult. We know that this document was printed on Saturday. All the reference to how many days ago was based off Saturday's date. We know the date of the accident. That's pretty much everything we need. P. Frog says 2 days after the incident.
So, Mr. Ramon, this comment I'm pointing you to on page 6 says it's under Very T. Yes, Kurt, you organized a perfect day for skiing. Thank you. That's true, Scott. I still have my wheels. It was nice to get to know you a bit today. Do you know whether that was written on the day of the accident?
I'm not sure if it was or not.
Would it surprise you that Mr. Sanderson was writing articulate notes like this after being knocked out and unconscious for 2 minutes?
It doesn't sound that articulate to me, but...
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Mr. Bueller?
Bueller's sitting between Terry Sanderson and Mr. Sykes. There he is. Yeah, this is the extent of the internet sleuthing that was required to find this information. They just typed it in, and there it was. Yeah, we don't know what Mr. Sanderson was like prior to the accident. I don't have writings of his before then, so I'm not sure if that's
page 6 again.
Factor or not.
Okay. And in the middle under very T, do you see that where it says, yes, Kurt, you organize a perfect day?
Yes, I do.
And then look at the number of days it is. Is it 2,584?
Yes, it is.
And then your comment below that.
He's just about done.
It says 2,583 days ago.
Yes.
So those comments were made on different days?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Egan?
Oh, my goodness.
You may step down, Mr.
Okay,
Ramon.
Mr. Terry.
You still remain subject to the orders of the court until the case is over or you're released. So thank you.
Thank you. What should I do with this?
Leave it right there.
The bailiff will take it.
Plaintiff, you may call your next witness.
Okay. The plaintiff calls the plaintiff.
It's called Mr. Terry Sanderson.
Here we go.
Please raise your right hand. Okay. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, absolutely.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Good morning, sir.
Get comfortable and speak into the mic, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes. My name is Terry, Terry, Howard, Howard, Sanderson, Sanderson.
Thank you. Now, Terry, this is the 5th day of trial. We started last Tuesday. You weren't here much last week, were you?
Not at all.
In the courtroom. Were you in the courthouse?
Yes, definitely.
Uh-oh. Objection already. May we approach? Okay, so yes, the cross will probably be spicy. Isn't his mental capacity diminished just to be able to tell the truth or not, though? We don't know what they're going to ask. He might testify that although he appears normal to us, he was functioning at a much higher level previously, and things that were easy for him then are now hard now. He might testify as to being able to, multitask and carry on advanced conversations, which now he's only able to do in an average manner. All of that can come out today. We'll see. You feel nervous for this guy. He is not Colonel Sanders. No relation. Although, fun fact, which is completely irrelevant, the the very first Kentucky Fried Chicken store. Very first Kentucky Fried Chicken store was opened in Salt Lake City, Utah. Not in Kentucky, as you might think, but that location, I believe, is still open in the Valley. I might be mistaken on that, but fun fact. Let's see. Saturday Night Live lost their comedy soul when they fired Norm for his OJ jokes. I don't know if they're going to get that shine back, says Mr. Upper Torso. The woman attorney is wild. She was. It was quite interesting to watch her. I don't know her name, but watch her cross Gwyneth, and there was obviously some element of starstruckness and fangirling going on. Never really seen that before in court.
Terry, did you want to be here the last 4 days, last week, inside the courtroom?
I love spending time with my daughters and have them hear what they had to say, but in this case, I didn't want to be here because I wanted them to speak totally freely and without the discomfort of being in my presence if they had something to say.
Is that why you weren't here?
Absolutely, yes.
So cross.
We're going to cut to the chase on a lot of things because I made counsel a promise that I would have you in less than an hour.
Wow.
And so I'm going to be true to my word here. It's 10 o'clock. We'll be done before 11. Okay? I want to talk about skiing. Tell the jury about your ski experience. What type of skier were you?
At that time, or do you want some background?
We don't need a whole lot of background.
Okay.
Back in 2016, what type of skier were you?
I was advanced intermediate. There was no places I would go except serious bumps, narrow little gulches, and I didn't do any big jumps. So other than that, I would go just about anywhere.
Okay. How often would you ski?
2 to 3 times per week.
Okay. For how many years?
Well, I started 37 years ago. It was a winter sport for my family. We lived at high elevation.
Okay. And in all of your years, other than the ski collision with Ms. Paltrow, have you ever been in another ski accident?
Never.
Have you ever skied with the ski patrol?
As a matter of fact, I had the good fortune. I learned to ski from a family that owned a ski resort. They were relation. And they would come out to Snowbird, and they were, I think, it was a whole family-run operation with 8 children, and so they were ski patrollers and they were instructors, and I had the very best of company every winter for a week when the kids were out of school. And then I had the good fortune of having a Lions Club friend, Scott, who's still a dear friend, that lives up in Spokane, and he was a ski patroller for Targhee, and he said, Terry, come up with me, on this weekend. And I said, I'll slow you down. And he said, you know what, just follow me and do what I do. And that's what I did. And I had the good fortune of spending a lot of time with Scott and seeing and observing what ski patrols do and how they calm people down and reassure them they're going to be okay. So I really appreciated that and experience.
So it sounds like you've skied at Snowbird, skied at Targhee. Had you ever skied at Deer Valley on the day of the collision?
No.
Did you
That
just
was
do
the
air
first time
quotes?
ever skied
It
at Deer
was.
Valley?
Deer
It
Valley.
was.
Okay. Let's talk about that day. Couple of preliminary things. I asked Ms. Paltrow on Friday how tall she was. How tall are you?
I think I'm now 5'5".
And what was your weight at the time of the collision?
Well, in the VA, you don't take anything off. Whatever you walk in with, your coats, heavy coats in wintertime, boots, wallets.
I give that excuse to when I
So-
how much did you weigh about?
Fully dressed, or undressed, probably 63, 62 pounds, 163, 162.
Okay, all right. So the jury's heard about meetup groups. What is a meetup group?
A meetup group was just a lifesaver for me, being new to this area. Hard to accumulate friends. And so when a fellow that I was on a hike with, a new fellow, said, have you heard of meetup? And I hadn't. So he says, look it up and sign up. And I did. And it was a wonderful organization. of groups of people where you had a shared interest, whether it was dancing or concerts or skiing. And so I signed up and joined some groups, and it was really a life changer.
Okay. So my understanding is the day of this ski collision, you were with kind of a group of people in the meetup group. Is that fair?
That's right.
All right. Did the group have a plan? I mean, were you the organizer of that meetup group that day?
No, I was not. I asked Kurt to take that over because I planned on being gone that day, and Kurt organized that.
Okay. It sounds like obviously you weren't gone that day. You ended up being able to make it.
I came back a little early from wherever I was and just said, oh, I'm going to go ski today. And I happened to see on the list that day also was a lady that I had met when I first moved here, and she happened to be a ski instructor at Canyons, but she had been at Deer Valley as well. And so I called and said, Debbie, I'm going to go. I'll pick you up. So I picked her up at Kimball Junction on the way, and went
Park
there
City.
with her and dropped her off with the skis. And we met the group, and I asked Kurt if it'd be okay if she let our group out because she's very familiar with Deer Valley. And so she said yes and gave us the rules of the road. Would you like to hear that?
So the meetup group, you guys kind of ski all together-ish?
Well, and this skiing meetup group is unusual. It's like herding cats. You've got those who just want to go, and they kind of know who one another is, and so they go ahead and group up, and sometimes I wind up skiing with the beginners and getting them started and making them comfortable. And so they don't stay together well. We meet, usually we'll say, let's meet at Al's at 1:30, and so that's what we do.
Okay. So you mentioned we set forth the rules of the road for that day. What were the rules of the road that day?
Well, the only rules of the road, we are pretty familiar with the rules of the road, so we don't go over that at the time. But Debbie just said, we're going to start down Bandana because that's how we'll get to the blacks who are really good skiing. So our group knew that's where we're headed. And she said, whatever you do on Bandana, do not go down the middle of the run.
Why not?
Packed and crowded with people. She said, go down the edges. She said, it'll be clear. And so when I came over the edge of the hill, there were heads bobbing in the middle. It was just compacted with little heads and big tall heads, and I just diagonaled. I went straight over to the right edge of that run.
And is that where you stayed prior to the collision?
I did. I stayed there the whole time because it was wide open.
So you were over to the right side to avoid the people. Did it have anything to do with your vision? There's been a lot of discussion about your right eye problem.
Yes.
And we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But skiing on the right side of the run, did that have anything to do with your right eye?
Yeah, maybe that's one of the things, yes.
Okay. We'll talk about your vision in just a couple minutes, but I want to focus on the collision right now. Craig Ramone, he just testified.
Oh, yes.
You saw him. He also testified last week. How well did you know Craig at the time back February 2016?
He was one of maybe an average of 15 people, 10 or 15 people would come, so I shared his company during those times. And I knew him only as being an amazing skier, strong skier, and knew that. And I appreciated the fact he tended to like to follow the group and be behind as the protector, because he brought a lady that was a person I knew that was his neighbor. So he would bring her up and ski behind her as a protector. So good guy.
Did you guys hang out a lot before this collision?
Of course, at lunch, we spent time together. And there may be a couple of other occasions where we met with him, but usually there was somebody else there along with us.
Okay.
So I don't remember being exclusive with him.
All right. So, Terry, take the jury through what happened in this ski collision. Take it from, say, getting off of the lift.
Yes, happy to do that. It was really a very nice day for skiing, and I was really looking forward to it. And of course, Deer Valley has amazing groomed runs. Found that out right away. And so I'm starting from when I get off.
When you got off of the ski lift.
Gotcha. So I was on a chair with probably 4 people. I think Joanne, Debbie, Craig, and there could have been another person besides myself. And we had already met and discussed going down the right side of that run, or going down the sides. And so I came over the top of the hill and saw that and headed for the right side, and I'll pick it up there. And everyone just kind of dispersed, some more to the right and more to the left. And I remember looking and seeing no one. And generally, beginner runs, people are afraid of the off-piste, of the off-groomers, and so they stay away from that area where the snow is piled up. And off-piste can be a rough ride if you have to divert and run out in there. Some skiers can't make it through there easy. It's a lot of bumps. So I went right down the run and started just making nice soft turns and staying within that boundary. It could have been as much as 5 yards wide, but it might have been more like 5 or 6 feet. I can't imagine and can't remember. Lots of room. And so I'm
5 or 6 feet and 5
easy
yards wide is
and
different.
paying attention, and all of a sudden in front of me is 2 big signs. I've never seen that big of slow down signs. It seemed like they were 4 by 8, like a 4 by 8 sheet of plywood size high, with great big letters, slow down. I went, whoa, and I'm looking around, and the crowd's about the same as me, and speed-wise. And so
Did you pay attention to the sign?
I did, and I backed off of whatever I was doing, and then another big sign, like 10 feet away, the same 4 by 8 sheet up there.
This
Big
guy's sinking
letters.
himself.
Well, they're serious. Must be lots of merging trails down here. So I just backed off, and again, the skiers were on my left. We were all about the same speed. And I could see down where the edge of the run went, it curved around, a tree line came out a little bit, and the run curled around, and I could see about half of I don't know if it's the Montage or the Empire, could about half of that beautiful building, and it was wide open. There was nothing in front of me. And so I came around that corner, and it takes my breath away to think this is hard, because I don't like going through this scene. I just remember everything was great, and then I heard something I've never heard at a ski resort, and that was a blood-curdling scream. Just, I can't do it. It was, and then, boom. And it was like somebody was out of control and gonna hit a tree and was gonna die. And that's what I had until I was hit.
That's what was going on in your mind.
Overruled?
That's what's going on in your mind when you hear that scream.
Look at Gwyneth.
That was instantaneous. Oh my gosh, somebody's out of control. And they're really seriously out of control. Not time for a hockey stop. I didn't go think about that, but most people could avoid that, I think. Good skiers.
Okay. And I'll move on.
Okay.
So you
All right, I need overruled. He's overruled.
thank you. So you hear this scream.
Yes.
What happens next?
You know, I got hit in my back so hard, and I'm right at my shoulder blades, and it felt like, and was perfectly centered, and the fists and the poles were right there at the bottom of my shoulder blades. Serious smack. Never been hit that hard, and I'm flying. I'm absolutely flying.
Now, you're not airborne.
Well, all I saw was a whole lot of snow, and I didn't see the sky, but I was flying in that sense. I had no control. And I remember just thinking, okay, you really got to hang on. And then I thought about the crowd on the left, and I thought, I don't know who's wanted over there, and I do not want to get them mixed up in here. And I've heard, that maybe that's not decided about how my ribs really got hurt. I absolutely lurched with what little I could off of my skis a little bit more to the right to make sure nobody over here got involved on my left side. And then it was like the ground's coming up, nobody in front of me, just me going to the ground, and you're falling far further than 90 degrees like you fall on the floor. You got that extra, and so it's quite a ways to hit the ground. And I just said, okay, you got to protect your face, and your head, and that's the last thing I remember. It didn't happen. I did glance over and saw, just out of the corner of my eye, I could see, not glance over, but I could see somebody going by, and I'm going, okay, they're safe. Last thing I remember, everything's black.
Did the person who struck you land on top of you?
I wouldn't know that. I absolutely would not know that. I was just surprised. I had no upper body strength enough to be able to catch myself. I had no idea.
Do you remember hitting your head on the ground?
No, that part, nope, that's all gone. I just remember my arms collapsing, and that's the last thing I remember.
What's the next thing you remember?
I'm getting an adrenaline rush here, I guess, living this again. Just being here and present, too.
And let me just stop you really quick. You said you're getting an adrenaline rush. Is this something that you enjoy?
Adrenaline rush? Not this
No.
kind. Not now.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
So what's the first thing that you remember? Or the next thing that you remember after you're
yes.
on the ground?
The first remember is everything is still black, like I'm unconscious, but it's like my subconscious is going into protection mode, like, you better pay attention here and listen to what's being said to you. And all I could recognize was that someone was really angry at me. And it was a man, and it didn't come out clear in the beginning. I couldn't really hear what he was saying, but I just knew he was mad, and he was right above me, right close to me. And I'm feeling a little afraid, and I tried to move, and I could not move a limb. I couldn't move my head. I couldn't move my body. Nothing was responding. Just this message I was getting. And the next thing...
Why'd we lose the audio? I'm not sure why that just happened. It paused. Hang on. We lost all audio. We're going to switch over to a different feed here. Just 1 second. Oops, not that one.
He's really mad. If he decided he wanted to jump on me right now, he could finish me off. I remember saying, I'm sorry.
Okay, now you're
Twice.
you're whispering.
I know
that,
I am,
but
because that's what I heard. Nothing was coming out. My lips were moving, my tongue was moving. There was nothing coming out of my mouth, and my heart rate went up again.
And it looked like what you were mouthing was, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. And I was just going, I can't believe it. I thought, try again. I'm sorry. Nothing was coming out. And to me, I heard nothing.
When you kind of mumbled, whispered, whatever you want to call it, I'm sorry, was that you apologizing for causing the accident?
No, absolutely not. I was trying to placate this man in the only defensive manner that I could.
Okay. You've talked about the man who was yelling at you. Ms. Paltrow last week talked about, admitted that she was kind of cussing you out as well. Do you remember any conversation that you had or anything that she said to you?
Absolutely not. There was one voice that my brain was...
You're whispering.
I know I am,
Switch
because
back
that's
there.
what
Sorry
I
about
heard. Nothing was coming out. My lips were moving, my tongue was moving. There was nothing coming out of my mouth, and my heart rate went
Fix
up
the audio again. Sorry
It
about
looked
that.
like what you were mouthing was, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Backed up just a tiny bit.
I was just going, I can't believe it. I thought, try again. I'm sorry. Nothing was coming out. And to me, I heard nothing.
When you kind of mumbled, whispered, whatever you want to call it, I'm sorry, was that you apologizing for causing the accident?
No, absolutely not. I was trying to placate this man in the only defensive manner that I could.
you've talked about the man who was yelling at you. Miss Paltrow last week talked about, admitted that she was kind of cussing you out as well. Do you remember any conversation that you had or anything that she said to you?
Absolutely not. There was one voice that my brain was focused on. Thank God, I guess. And that was self-protection, I guess. I only heard a male voice, a mad, angry male voice. I heard nothing. Maybe that happened before I came to that point in consciousness.
Were you still on the ground at this time?
Still on the ground, absolutely, face down on the ground.
How did you end up getting up?
Well, that's a story too, but basically...
They're all stories.
I heard Craig saying, "Terry, are you okay?" Now,
this is Craig Ramone?
Well, at that point, I didn't identify his voice. Just things were a little strange yet. And I heard, "Terry, are you okay?" And about the third time it hit me, somebody is here to help me. I didn't, at that point, except an angry man was there. And I said, "Oh my gosh." And I went through, and I looked up and I could see Craig standing there above me, 8 or 10 feet. And on his immediate left, my right, was a man in an all green outfit and with a helmet on and ski goggles and, looked good. And I thought, oh, he's here to help me, right? He looks like he's from Deer Valley. And so I was going through the things, answering his question about, that were my thoughts. Now back to my injuries. Craig is saying, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Oh, my ribs are so sore. There's just this really deep throbbing purple pain here." And
purple pain.
And then I said, "My vision is swimming with sparks." And they were unusual sparks. I'm going, is that my retina? Is that my eyes? And it wasn't a retinal detachment, a retinal hole or anything. And I'm going, that's my brain. I'm thinking, those sparks on my brain.
And all this time you're still on the ground?
I'm actually, the next point is that after I tell him about my ears my ears are buzzing. Oh, and my brain is like it's on Novocaine. And then I realized, oh, I'm not seeing, I missed a spot. And that's where I looked up and couldn't see them and got frightened about that. And I realized, going, oh my, what's going on? And then I went like this and go, oh, happy I could see. So I missed that part. That happened before I started telling what all is wrong with me.
It's no one is goggles.
And then Craig said to me, as I remember, of course, my brains are a little bit stretched out of place, and I remember him saying, "Do you know who you are?" And what I thought I said was, "Oh my gosh, I can feel this pathway in my brain. It's going around and trying to figure out who I am. And yes, I know I'm Terry." And then he said, "Do you know where you are?" And I said, "I know I'm skiing, but I don't know where I am." And that's when the man in green took off. I was kind of noticing that he really wasn't interested in what I had to say. He wasn't asking questions. He was standing there rather stoically, head not moving, goggles on, just resting on his poles and his skis, and was sort of disinterested. But when he skied off, my heart sank, because I really thought he was the one person that was there to help me. And I'm laying on the ground with my head downhill, and I couldn't see where he went. So I was really...
Terry, how'd you get up?
The question is how I got up, and that might have been the question in the beginning. But
that's right. How did you get up?
I realized that I was getting cold, and snow was packed in around me. I was starting to get a little shivery, maybe from a little shockish maybe, and I got to go. I got to get my skis downhill. And I started sliding my skis around and my legs around. I think Craig must have been shell-shocked about this guy leaving too. I don't know but what he thought, but I remember getting my skis around, and it's so painful every time you have to contract your...
Terry,
Thank you.
how did you get up?
Thank you. That is one of my habits. I just focus. After I got halfway around, a man showed up in front of me, and I thought he came from the right.
Is this?
And I don't remember if he said one word to me. He just reached down and grabbed me and jerked me up on my feet, which I was not ready to be up on my feet. My head's swimming. I'm in pain, worried about falling down again and breaking a rib, puncturing a lung. He gets me up, and I'm on the edge of the run, so it's bumpy. It's hard to get my skis under me, and I'm stomping down the snow and trying to get them in a spot. Got my poles wedged in, and I think I've got it in stability, and he's gone. And this time, I could see him. I could watch him go all the way down the hill. And I'm up. I'm standing up, but am I feeling safe? No. People are going by, you know. And I'm thinking, man, I do not want to get hit again.
My understanding is that you and Craig tried to ski down a little ways, but then didn't quite make it too far. Is that accurate?
Yeah, he said, you think you can ski? And I'm thinking, if the option is getting left up here, I will try anything. I got to get off of here. So yes, he said, follow me, and I did. And I don't know how I was skiing. I don't think I was edging. I think I was probably snow plowing. And he finally turned around and said, Terry, stop. You've forgotten how to ski. And of course, it was just, we were trapped. And he said, I got to find help.
Your Honor, there is some hearsay here. Sustain.
Eventually, Craig got help, yes?
Yeah, he said, I got to find help. And so he disappeared, and I just put my head down and prayed that I wouldn't get smacked into again. I felt pretty vulnerable. And he disappeared.
What happened when help arrived?
You know, Whitney showed up, and I was so grateful to see someone. And
Now, is that Whitney Smith?
Yes, that's her name. Mm-hmm.
And the jury has seen pictures, and we're going to put another picture up in just a couple minutes. Is she the one in a red jacket that there's a picture of in this case? Do you know?
Yes, as a matter of yes, that's her. Mm-hmm.
All right. So did she take you down on the toboggan, or how did you get down?
She did. She said, "Are you okay?" kind of thing, and I don't know, I'm not so good. I don't remember the conversation. It was a little easy stuff, and so got in, and I remember Whitney saying to me, "Now, you got to remember these things because I'm going to ask again later." And she told me that she was from Michigan, moved 5 years before, and had started on the ski patrol here 5 years before. She loved her job. Her name was Whitney, and that she had a horse named Titan that she wore in the years off. So she told me to remember those things. I'm going, this is a brain test. She's wanting to check if my brain's okay. And from that point on, I quit worrying about myself. I quit worrying about my injuries. It was just like, I'm going to remember this. I do not want to have any brain injuries. And I locked onto that and nothing else. And later on, she did ask me, and I could repeat it back to her exactly as she told me. And she won the women's downhill in the ski patrol women's competition.
Sounds like you still remember some of these details.
I was so determined to hang on to that fact, those facts, yes.
Okay. All right. Once you got down, what type of medical attention did you receive? Still at the ski resort?
Yeah, Whitney is not a paramedic. She's not an EMT. I didn't really expect her to have advanced knowledge about neurological testing and pupil testing and cranial nerve testing. She did a great job of doing exactly what she's supposed to do, just to be at that triage level to decide what kind of care I needed.
Okay, so what type of care did you get? What type of medical treatment did you get when you got down to the bottom?
No medical treatment.
She did a good job to determine if he didn't need medical treatment.
Did you get checked out at the Instacare or anybody?
Oh, after
Yes.
we left there. Yes, I asked Debbie, I said, where can I go and get checked and see what they say? And she said, well, let's stop at the Instacare. I know it's on the way. So I'd never been there before, but that's where we stopped and went in there.
All right. So you got checked out. When did you learn that it was Gwyneth Paltrow that you were in the collision with?
It was brought up, I think, the people that came in to the room to check on me that were part of my group, they check in and check out once, and which is what I tell them: go skiing, go enjoy yourself. And so it came up, and it probably was Craig who said, I heard him say it was Gwyneth Paltrow. And to me, it's like, I'm not into celebrity worship, so I didn't care at that point.
Did you think it was cool to collide with a celebrity?
Absolutely not. That is not who I am, no.
Do you ever write that? Ever tell anybody that?
I don't think it came out in those words, but I don't remember that. But I think I was trying to communicate to my kids, and the reason was because I got calls from friends that knew my kids that heard I got crushed at the ski resort, and so I thought I gotta let my kids know I'm okay. That was my main point. I don't want them to worry about me. I'm okay. And so I started it out, and May said, I'm famous or something.
Okay, and we're going to pull that up. Could you pull up
Thank you.
Exhibit 111, please? Yes, Defense Exhibit 111. We're going to call it the I'm famous email. Sometimes old technology like the Elmo works better than the new technology, doesn't it?
Hey, Elmo's not old. Sorry, I've got the wrong pin up there. Thank you very much.
You're not going to plug it in?
Oh, we're going to plug it in.
Yeah. All right. And Terry, you could come down if you need to, or does it show on your screen there?
Yeah, but I'm not the eye doctor. I'm not wearing fashion because I broke the pair of glasses I bought and couldn't find the old pair, so now I'm...
Okay. All right, so I want to go through this. Defense Exhibit 111.
I'm not wearing fashion?
Do you
Is that what he
see,
said?
first of all, there are two posts. The first looks like on the bottom is the first at 8 o'clock p.m.
Yes.
And then the response was at 9:32 p.m. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. The message reads, and I'm just tell me if I read it right, from you to Jenny, Polly, and Shay. Those are your three daughters?
Mm-hmm. Yes, they are.
Okay. And the subject said, I'm famous. Do you see that?
I do.
Why did you write, I'm famous?
You know, again, my head was scrambled. All I was trying to do is desperately communicate with my kids before they heard from somebody else I got crushed. So I didn't pick my words well, not at all how I felt. And I really was trying to add a little levity to a serious situation, and it backfired. Little did I know that this is where it'd be.
So you write, I'm famous, and then here's what happened from my friend and eyewitness, and then there's the link.
The link.
The link. We now know what the link shows.
Okay, sorry, I thought you were going to the GoPro. I'll withdraw my comment.
I'm just talking about the link.
Yes.
Okay. So we now know what the link is.
Yes.
Correct? The link is it's a really bad picture.
I'm seeing that news out of Nashville of a school
You'll get a
shooting.
clear picture. It's the picture of Whitney Smith.
It's a copy of a
right there.
copy.
Fantastic.
It's a black and white of a color.
It's that, and then that leads to later comments back and forth between you and Craig.
Yes.
In that, under that picture, can you read what it says?
Yes. Whitney kept me entertained while probing me.
You want to speak in the mic?
Oh, yes. Whitney kept me entertained while probing me with questions to evaluate my senses. A dedicated outdoor person and horse lover from Michigan. She also took me down in the toboggan by herself and won the DV Women's Downhill race contest. Sweetheart. I was grateful for her.
Are those the things? First of all, did you write that under her picture?
You know, I don't know what time it was added. Carlene was hurrying back from St. George, and depending, I don't know, she helped me a lot verbalize things because things weren't making sense at all in
All right.
communication, and she may have helped and participated in that. I don't know.
Those details, are those the details that Whitney wanted you to memorize as you were taking down the toboggan?
To prove that your brain was not damaged.
Go back up to the emails. All right. So you send that out to your 3 daughters.
I did, yes.
Okay. And Shay, who testified last week, she responded to you with the top post, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you read what it says?
I can.
Actually, let's put the subject. Read what the subject says.
It says, I'm famous at what cost, question mark.
Do you know why Shay wrote that?
Well,
Do you know?
I think she may have called me. Did she? Right after this, and so
Speculation.
right.
Sustained.
Do you remember?
I'm pretty certain that she checked in on me and made a phone call, and
Do you remember what you told her during the phone call?
yeah, I had a chance to talk about my symptoms exactly, I think, and that I said, you know, as many people that were on that slope that day, maybe a couple hundred within that vicinity, there has to be a GoPro picture or video. If it's a helmet mount, they're going to look over just like Craig did, right? And they're going to go catch it. They hear a holler, they're going to catch it. I'm going, I just know there's one out there. We got to find that. That is the evidence we need. And so...
You need for what?
Terry?
She misinterpreted.
Did you have a GoPro?
Absolutely. I do have one, yes, but I did not have it on that day.
Do you know of anybody in your ski group that had a GoPro?
No.
Have you ever seen a GoPro video of this accident?
Absolutely not. No. I would have loved to have it. It was what we needed.
All right.
This is GoPro.
Take that off.
Cool little cameras. Love them. I use them myself. So apparently there's no GoPro camera.
Let's talk about
Other
your
than,
injuries.
Mine.
What injuries, to your understanding, did you sustain in this collision?
At this point?
Right now.
Right now.
What your understanding as to what happened to
happened?
Terry in this collision?
At this point, I know that I had at least 4 broken ribs. I sustained a concussion, and that's the 2 main factors, I think. And then later on, I had some right leg, and still do, right leg and anomalies, movement. It just has its own idea and thinking where it needs to be, opposed to what I'm thinking.
Okay. Let's talk about how your ribs how your brain injury, how that has affected you. Okay. Have things in your life changed?
I'm like living another life now.
And let's focus on, we'll kind of go step by step, different things. Physical wise, how have you changed physically since the accident?
Well, I can't ski anymore. I was told that if I did and had another crash, that I could wind up full-time in a nursing home. The odds of that's very high.
So no more skiing.
Well, and I tried not to go back, and I did ski a few more times by myself just to see if I still could. I had this ungodly looking fluorescent red outfit I bought, a MIPS helmet to protect my brain better, and I thought I can do this. This is my love and joy. I meet friends, I make friends, I stay with them the whole year. It's a year-round activity, and it's a lifelong activity. And so I tried, and I felt like I was skiing through landmines, just ridiculous. Looked ridiculous, all bright fluorescent red. Wasn't thinking very well. And then I'd have to stop every 30 yards and look back behind me to make sure no one was right behind me. Saw a reaction. And gradually gave it out, just 3 or 4 times, and I think I was done.
Okay. Before we go into more activities, what about physically? Do you have pains, aches, pains, problems? Your physical being, how are you?
I'm a much more careful person. I don't take any risks, and more brain damage, and I'm not sure I understand your question exactly.
Have you had any kinds of balance issues or headaches?
Of course, initially, that was just, my life was living in an orange chair, sitting there initially, and sleep for 12 hours and then sit for half an hour and tell Carlene I gotta go back to bed.
But to be fair, it's not like that anymore.
No, it's not. No, anymore. No, it's not.
Let's talk about mentally. How have you seen yourself change mentally? What are some things that you've noticed or difficulties that you've had mentally?
Many things I don't have the words nor the intelligence or training to explain.
You have lots of words.
I do. I admit. It's just, this has been a bizarre part of this process, is that I never feel like I've explained enough. It's like big gaps. I got to start from the beginning, and everyone may recognize that, by going through and building a case, and they don't know what I'm talking about until I get to the subject. So everything is backwards. I'm building from the little things and then saying, oh, I'm talking about apples. They're going, I had no idea. Upside down and backwards. Communication just feels like I can't connect. And so I keep trying, desperately trying. And personality changes is not something I just know it's different. Things are weird.
You ever get lost?
Oh my gosh, that was among the first signs when I tried to get out and work on the green team. And
wait, whoa, what's the green team? What are you talking about?
I volunteer for lots of groups, probably a couple hundred hours a year at least, I would think. And green team is one of those that's significant, a large group of heavy lifters who pick up plastic and aluminum and recycle after concerts. And USANA was the main one, even though we've done Liberty Park. And it's a group of maybe 15 people. And we stay up until 1 o'clock in the morning picking that up there. And recycled, the last year I worked in 2015, 23 tons. And it's not just walking, 16,000 steps on what I saw. And it's bending and scooping and lifting and picking up and dragging a bag. And it's hard work, but really, really bonding with a lot of people and doing that. So that's what that is. So I tried going up there, and usually I carpool, and that day I didn't. I'm usually the driver. And so I parked and went and did our thing, and it's maybe 12:30, 1 o'clock, and went back to the car and headed home. I'm going the wrong direction. I'm going, what's going on? I've done this dozens of times. I was lost.
Now, just to clarify, this is since the ski crash, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
And my instincts for always knowing where north is, it's really been good. Having grown up in the mountains, it just was instinctual. At night, I had no instincts anymore, anyway. And so I headed just instinctually where I thought I was supposed to be and wound up north or south or somewhere else, and that happened a second time.
Had that ever happened to you before this ski collision?
I've never been so needing maps. And so I'm pretty sure I've lost visual memory because it doesn't, knowing those turns and the houses where you turn, the streets you turn at, that feels like, and I know a little bit about that, that feels like a deficit I have, that doesn't, I don't retain that anymore. I can be there a dozen times and I still have to use maps to make sure I get there. Really odd.
What about emotional, Terry? How are your relationships with your family and friends since the ski accident?
You know, my interaction with my family has been more difficult, and I think of course, I'm desperately to be close to my family and my girls, but something's wrong in my essence and what I bring to the table with them, and communication is not as smooth, and it's been more difficult, no question. And they've told me they've noticed some changes. Yeah.
Now, I didn't know you before. The jury didn't know you before. What kind of relationships did you have with your girls before this crash?
My goals are always angels. I'm their protector. Some things happened to them. I'm testifying that I heard about it. It hurts to see them in that place as their protector. I rode home with them and started sobbing, so I get caught up in that.
Do you love your girls?
Oh my gosh.
There's been some discussion about your relationship with Jenny and that it's not always optimal. From your perspective, what is your relationship like with Jenny? And how has it been even before this accident?
Yeah, Jenny and I probably don't communicate as well as I do with my other two daughters. Not probably, definitely we don't. We just have a hard time in that process, and I will not give up. I try to push to keep those lines open, but there's been times when there's been long breaches in our conversation. And yeah, I feel like her protector more than anybody does. So it's been harder for me to transition from being a parent to being an adult, an equal adult. I just feel like I need to intervene more on her behalf and help her. This has been hard.
Let's talk about Carlene. We heard her testify last week. She's a catch. Why'd you let her go?
Been my choice, I wouldn't have, but I had to, after 8 months, I had to tell her to leave. I said, I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, you gotta leave. And
Why'd you tell her to leave?
I knew she didn't buy into this. She didn't buy into me not being the same person and coming into a relationship. And I said, I'm not sure I'm going to get back to normal again. And I don't want you to feel like that I'm a crippled vet and you're going to stick it out with me, because I know you would. Half a brain or whatever. I know you would, but don't do it. You need your life. You run right now. And it was a sad time for both of us, I know. And she's in a great relationship with Bill now. And that was the purpose. And I think better than what I would have brought, honestly. It's hard to admit that, but it's true.
She wouldn't buy into it?
Sure.
Okay, we'll take a short recess. Why don't you stand now, and then you're welcome to step down during the break.
Okay, so this is a very interesting testimony.
Counsel, would you approach the bench, please?
Quite interesting testimony. Interesting word choices. There are times he seems to have presented very. I know his recounting of the accident specifically had details that I was surprised that he retained and captured all those details right at the moment of the fall. I don't have enough medical background, and I've never had an incident like that. See, I can remember one time getting knocked out, and I can remember vaguely the moments before, and then a while after. But recalling the details of what people said, of what they said to you, the questions they asked, the answers to the questions, what they told you and told you to remember, the color of outfits, that surprised me, and it didn't ring true as I heard it. I mean, as a juror member, it seemed strange. It seemed a little off. I don't know. This gentleman isn't colorblind. The other member, Craig, who testified just before him, is colorblind. The one who watched the accident. The one thing that stood out to me on this is he said he was skiing down. His Deer Valley guide, whatever, told him to ski down the side of the run, and he chose the right side because of his vision issues. And he's skiing. He sees all the bobbing heads out in the middle of the run. He's staying in the 5 yard to 5 foot. I'm not sure wide, 5 to 7 yard or 5 to 7 foot wide side of the run, which apparently is very rough. And he's skiing along, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, he sees a massive sign that says "slow down." I'm seeing that. My news, Mrs. Winters, is that the police have already engaged and the threat is over now. Unfortunately, there appear to have been multiple people that have been injured. I don't have all the details yet, but I'm sort of monitoring that on Twitter right now. The sign, a 4 foot by 8 foot sign, slow down sign. Those signs are not made out of white and gray letters to blend into the background. They're not, they don't look like trees. These are signs that are built to grab your attention at points on the run to make sure you're, absolutely, aware of what they're informing you of. For them to appear right in front of him, that he did not see it until then, that concerns me, that he has very poor vision in this situation. He's blind in one eye and can't see out of the other. Apparently, he's the purple pain. The purple pain. Yes, there are a few details in there that I struggle with, and I want to look at this and give him a fair chance and hear his story. And some things just not sitting with me. I saw the signs and opened up my eyes. Right. Thank you, Amy, for the song reference. Just don't. You did say explicitly the huge signs came out of nowhere. Those signs are much larger than the back of a person skiing down the mountain would be. It's weird that his memory of how he tried to stay to the side, and even after the collision, as he's flying forward, he is alert and saying, I don't want to hit any of the people in the run, so I'm going to lurch to the right to fall. Poll, please. What do you want the poll to say? Believability? Witness believability? How about this? Because we want to make it fair, we want to have both sides. We're going to say, which witness do you find More. How about which witness do you believe? Now I need to spell believe right. Hang on just 1 second here. Okay, polls up. There we go. You got your poll. '80s Music Man. This when I was now granted, my experience with being knocked unconscious was also when I was a child, and it involved a playground incident and me mistiming the. Back in the day, do you guys remember like the metal horse swings? It was like a metal. It's almost like a merry-go-round horse that was like on poles, and you'd push and pull the little bar, and you'd ride this. Well, they're gone now. You won't see them anywhere because they're like. They're killers, is what they are. It's a big pendulum that swings back and forth, and just crushes anybody it hits in front and behind. Well, I decided that I was going to time it perfectly and run behind one of my siblings as they were swinging on that, and I timed it perfectly, all right. But I timed it perfectly so that I was running behind and looking over right as it was coming back, and it caught me, and I lost consciousness there. I remember coming to in the back of our family's car as they were either taking me home or to the hospital. I don't know, probably home. I think we were going home. But I can remember running. I think I was running from right to left as I looked left at the horse. That's the direction I remember, and I remember it hitting, and I remember it being right there. But I don't remember it hitting me, and I remember being on my back in the back of the car, and I know my dad was probably there, and I know some of my siblings were there. I couldn't tell you who, how many, anything. And part of that might be attributable to my age at the time. But it seems that the number of details that he remembers regarding this incident, as far as the color of different people's outfits and the wiping the snow away and looking up and being on the snow and cold and just all the different pieces, lurching to the right and his concern for the people on the left and the the fist pulls in the back of the, there's just so much that he remembers right there that I'm like, wow, that's not how I experience it. What did I ask the question right, or did I mess it up? Let's see, we've got called liability must have signage. Right, the ski company, Deer Valley, puts the signs up to protect them. His first time there, he's being careful. I don't know, because he says he saw the signs and then he slowed down and was going the same speed as the people on his left. Did you guys catch that? That he slowed down on the side to the same speed as other people. So either they were going fast and they also slowed down, or he was going faster than them and he slowed down to their speed. I'm not sure. The adrenaline comment, I definitely felt like he was enjoying the moment. That he was like, wow, this is cool. I like this. Like with everyone, the camera on him testifying.
Alex stole it as well.
Would have liked an option to vote for neither. We'll just assume that all the people who are in chat, we've got about 1,000 people here, all the people who are in chat who have not voted are voting for neither. Is that a safe assumption? Were his ribs broken, the front or his chest or his side?
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I think they broke the side, but he landed on his arm, across his arm, apparently, according to the testimony we heard from some of the medical doctors. Like his daughters continuously said, his own truth, his story, his narrative. Lee says, I want to believe him because Gwyneth Paltrow's account seems fanciful, but his account seems rehearsed and exaggerated. I have to go with Gwyneth Paltrow. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close out the poll here in just a moment. What's the burner phone number? Julie, if you type !burner in chat, hit the enter button like Jenny says did, there's the number. Pops up like that. And I apologize. I've got a ton of text messages I haven't been able to keep up. But if it pauses for longer and somebody would like to talk on the call and call in, I might be able to take a call pretty quickly. First time caller, maybe. What do you think? I like the first time callers. Not that I don't like the other more regular callers. What was the camera angle? Who said that? I don't believe. Where's that comment? I briefly saw a comment that said something about a camera angle. I don't agree with your camera testifying angle.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
What is that to me? I am Puzzleman. Here we go.
Call from Virginia.
What's up?
To accept.
Hello, Virginia. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. You might have to turn your sound off on your screen because it's going to be a few seconds delay.
Okay.
But what are you thinking today?
I did.
All right.
First of all, I love your channel. Every day I pop in just to get to you, so I'm a part of the court scene with you. You are awesome.
Thank you. I can still hear your TV in the background.
So, you know what? This is a dumb question, but the bald guy...
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Hold on.
Less than smooth. And what I'd like to do and what I've done in prior trials is
In the gray suit with the goatee?
Publish the deposition.
The bald guy in the gray suit. What about him? Hey, Virginia, you're hearing a delay on you're waiting for the delay on your...
Who is he?
Who is he? I'll watch and we'll find out. But they're back in court, so we want to listen. They're talking about a deposition here. So I'm going to have to let you go, Virginia. Okay, I'll try to get an answer for you.
Okay, he's behind the prosecution. Okay.
Okay, I'll find out. All right,
I'll
thanks,
let you
Virginia. Yep.
All right, bye.
Because
Bye.
this is a party, and under Rule 32, it can be used for any purpose.
I thought he meant for the other witnesses.
And as long as, you know, the section that you're using for impeachment, Mr. Owens, is the only section that's appearing up there.
Okay, that's the James issue. We'll do it.
Yes, we're okay with that. I thought he was talking about...
Okay, so they're talking about using the witnesses'
we thought we'd find out if Carrie Owens
prior statements to impeach him.
offered.
We could
Should-
bring in the jury.
Pardon?
We could bring in the jury.
Okay,
Let's
call him in.
get moving.
Okay, so the bald guy behind them is this one of the
Yes, you did.
the bodyguards?
Hard copies of the depositions. There were actually, it was 3 sittings, and can we go put them up there?
Yes.
1, 2,
That mask
3,
is
and
really
give
doing
you
its
a
job.
copy?
Yes.
Do you mind? This is Peter.
Hi, Peter. Peter has the man bun, now getting his moment to shine. Just gave the judge several reams of paper, which the judge is not happy about getting. But
If you're putting it up on the screen, I mean, for the witness, they may not need to actually go into this. That may save you some time. But put them there just in case the witness needs them.
okay, so the answer for Virginia from the group is basically that gentleman behind that you were asking about in the gray suit that's balding or bald is a bodyguard, probably some of the private security for Gwyneth Paltrow. They're the ones who asked if they could bring donuts or treats for the bailiffs, and found out that that's not okay. That's not allowed. Peter Man-Bun. That's what we're going to call him. Not sure about the mask. The mask was not worn this morning prior to Gwyneth Paltrow arriving in court. It was a new addition. When she arrived, the mask came on, so it might have been a request from Gwyneth Paltrow if he's feeling a little under the weather. Let's make a tray of man buns. He opens the door for Gwyneth.
Ms. Van Orman?
Thank you.
So continuing the questioning here.
We've had trouble with that chair.
Oh,
It wasn't you who broke it.
I've got one side higher than the other, but
That's what it does. I don't.
oh,
You have a broken chair, broken witness
But
chair.
everything else functions well on it.
okay, good. Oh, yeah, okay.
Quick reactions.
Tell you what, just leave it. We'll work
Move on.
around it.
Move on, yes.
Okay. All right. So let's get back to some of the things that you've noticed. We've heard from others, but I want to hear from you.
Yes.
Have you had any type of anger issues since the collision that you've noticed?
There's no question I have a much wider range of temperament than I had before. Much wider.
What about your social life? Do you before the ski accident, what kind of things did you do?
You know, I look back in the last couple of years, in fact, I did that, and I just realized I was in the groove of my life at that stage. I had a lady in my life that I dearly loved, and we just did everything together and spent, I believe it was 2 years together, and had cleaned up our lives and physically great shape. Both of us like to hike and walk and travel, and really were enjoying our lives. And we spent some time in St. George, where she's located, and I spent some time here. It was wonderful. We cleaned up the businesses of homes and combining homes and parents' homes, and we had, she, as I hope everybody noticed, she is an amazing woman, and so I had a great deal of connection with her.
And so since the ski accident,
Yes.
do you still go and do fun things and have that zest for life?
I've been self-imposed 90% staying in the house. A recluse, self-imposed recluse. Just not feeling as fun, not feeling as engaged in other things, just don't have that same spark I had, and don't feel the same about when I go to places.
You still travel though.
You know, I have traveled because...
What? Let's talk about travel for a minute.
Yes.
Before the ski collision, did you do a lot of travel?
A lot of travel. It happened to be something that Carlene liked to do, and so we traveled a lot. Went on the only cruise that I was ever on before the crash, and yes, we had more plans.
Did you ever travel alone before the ski accident?
I did travel alone in a few places, yes.
Okay. What about since the ski collision? Have you still traveled?
I have traveled, and as part of the problem, just easily confused about things. So I usually request having somebody else along. Also because of this funny aberrant foot thing, wanting to go its own way, I don't feel as safe. And then also, things would happen, like I put the wrong name, I get their name spelled wrong, and important flight tickets and the birth date, which I should know. So it was difficult, and I really wanted someone to go with me. I didn't feel as secure in traveling alone.
Have you traveled alone since the ski accident?
I have not. I had one time when one friend, there's actually two, but I had one friend when we had planned a trip to Europe. a physician's assistant, and my yoga instructor. And she decided right before the trip, Terry, I don't like you anymore. I don't know what's different. You're a different person. I don't like you anymore. And canceled her.
How'd that make you feel?
It was like, oh my gosh, I'd known her as long, and one other one as well, as long as I've lived here. Almost 5 years, I'm guessing, at that time. And it's like personality, like that's something that develops from the time you're a child. What do you do about a personality issue? Something's changed. I'm, I don't know, more aggressive. And you know what? That lady will not answer her phone or texts. And I have...
Well, we're not going to say her name on
No, we are not.
So
we are not.
We're not going to.
She's a lovely lady. Yes, she is.
Have your other friendships been affected as well?
Yes, another lady that I knew for quite some time, a sweetheart, also of a woman. We just got off kilter a little bit. Well, after I told Carlene she had to run, it was a few weeks later. I couldn't realize how lonely I was. Yes, I should have taken more time to absorb that, but I was so lonely because we were together all the time. So I reached out to her, and we spent a couple of activities together, and I couldn't believe the words that came out of her mouth. She said, Terry.
It is hearsay, so you can't testify as to what she said. But how did it make you feel?
Well, it made me feel like, what's wrong with me, and how do I fix my personality? How do I fix it? I'm a different person. It's a very complex issue. And I lose self-confidence. The person I am, I'm going, what happened?
I'm going to close
Terry,
out the poll
Are
right
you
now.
trying to improve yourself?
I've been in denial. I've been in denial about my issue. I refuse to believe I have brain issues. I've just done everything I can. I knew I had a critical window to restore stuff, and I did everything I was told and everything I could find out about trying to get those neurons reconfigured in a good way, and I haven't found it's helped, so I'm still in denial. I keep thinking there's got to be something.
Are you trying to improve yourself?
Yes, I don't want to have brain issues. I'm trying to prove I don't have it. Everything I do, I'm trying to prove I don't have that wrong with me.
There's been a lot of discussions about how Terry was before this ski collision. And could you put up Defense Exhibit 23, please? And I'm actually going to move forward the admission of the entire Defense Exhibit 23. I'm assuming there's no objection.
Does any of this need to be redacted?
So, let me just state that my understanding was that Ms. Van Orman was going to be done at 11, and
I'm
then it
almost done.
changed.
Right now, she's moving for Defense Exhibit 23. Any objection?
No.
Okay, so it's received.
As to the redaction concern, I do believe at least some parts of it maybe need that, but it looks like we're not showing those.
Are you showing his address, for instance?
Well,
These redaction things are so frustrating. This should all be taken care
at
of
the
beforehand.
bottom of that, do you have that exhibit in front of you?
I think I do, yes. Yes, I think I do.
All right.
Okay, he's almost done. Let's be patient, guys. Let's be a little nicer. I really want to see this on cross, and we're getting close to that.
Do you see where it says chief complaint down at the bottom?
Yes, I do. Yes.
It says regular visit.
Yes.
Was this a regular visit that you were attending with your provider?
It could be. I don't know. I usually saw her once a year or once every 6 months. So if that's what it says, I believe that's.
Okay. And just for reference, Terry, I know you weren't here, but this is the I'm getting old exhibit, the I'm getting old visit. Could you go to the next page, please? all of defense 23?
I have nothing in front of me now.
It's coming. Don't worry.
Oh,
Camera's trying hard not to show.
All right, so this is the second
It's
page
showing
of that
personal
exhibit.
information.
Talks about 69-year-old male with HTN, HLD. We're not going to go through all of those
Yeah,
things, okay?
thank you.
Just got over a URI. Do you know what a URI is?
I do.
What is it?
Upper respiratory infection.
Okay. So you just got over that yesterday, you think, at least according to this record. No cough, just runny nose, and upper respiratory symptoms. This is going to be his test for the cough, had not had a persistent cough, etc. Weight gain, thinks eating out too much. Were you eating out too much?
Yes. Carlene and I chose to eat out instead of cook.
Okay. And not getting enough exercise.
Yes.
Thinks you've gotten old all of a sudden. Terry, what does that mean? Did you tell your doctor that?
You know, I relate it to the URI. If someone who's just gotten over a viral or bacterial infection, either one, over 2 weeks with a cough and just feeling worn out, I wouldn't doubt I wouldn't say something like that.
And in fact, it says, does not think depressed, mood is good, just not doing the things you used to, but also thinks you're going to start skiing again and reinstate your gym membership. Did you have a plan?
Yes, I absolutely did have a plan.
All right. And that's all I need for that. Talk about planning, and I meant to ask you about this before we move on. Do you know what executive functioning means?
Yes, I'm familiar with that term actually from before.
What's your understanding of what it means?
It's ability to coordinate your actions through your life, to be able to put things together, make decisions about them, get things done, and be efficient and effective, and be able to multitask and be effective, efficient and effective.
Here comes an approach again. As they're approaching, let me go over something
Trying to move along.
interesting. If the jury is buying that this witness is suffering from either the effects of the accident, a TBI, even if they just think he's suffering from the effects of aging, and it's not related to the accident. If you get Mr. Owens up there and using his very good lawyering skills, talks him into a corner, pushes him into a corner where the witness has the tendency to talk and ramble and sort of wander a little bit in his answers. If Mr. Owens pushes too hard, it's going to look like Mr. Owens is just beating a poor guy who's just trying to think clearly. I realize Mr. Owens could probably talk him into a corner and get him to snap or say something he shouldn't, but at what cost, really? So this will be a delicate balancing act. It depends. Now, at the same time, if the witness, as Mr. Owens starts questioning, if he turns into a version of his daughters, the two that have testified, and comes off really strong and really hostile, that's going to give Mr. Owens more latitude to really come at him from different angles and hit him. But if he's struggling to follow questions or things like that, then it'll restrict him. So I'm
So
fascinated.
Terry, you
I
were
cannot wait
talking
to see
about
this.
executive functioning. You kind of gave what that means to you. It looked like to me from Exhibit 23, you were able to make a plan in your life and kind of follow through with that. Have you been able to do that since the ski accident?
The examples of not being able to do that are one of my collections I keep track of all the things I want to do and can't do, and there's thousands. There's at least 12, I guess I should say 1,200 or 1,500 items on my to-do list. When I look back to 2016, it repeats every day, whatever changes I make. I look back to 2016 and there were half a dozen back there, which is Stephen Covey's rule, right? That's what you get done. You mark them as priorities and get them done. It's just now continuous stuff I don't get done.
He has 1,200 things on his
because
to-do
I can't
list.
figure it out. It's just goofy. The things that I could do, I was really handy. My dad was a handyman. And I learned, and I have the tools. I have an example.
You know what? I would love to hear the example, but I have made a promise.
Go for
so
it.
I want to shift gears.
Let's do it.
At some point, after the ski accident, some time passed, and there was a press conference that was held. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't involved in that. I wasn't even your lawyer at the time. Was the press conference your idea?
Absolutely not.
Do you know why the press conference was held?
Your Honor, that's... Is he waiving his attorney-client privilege? Because if he is, I'm gonna
go for the throat.
Drive a bus through that.
What's the objection, counsel?
He just violated his own attorney-client privilege, whose idea it was.
Objections overruled as to relevance.
What is your understanding as to why a press conference was held?
We understood and we agreed how important it would be.
And hold on. I don't want you to talk about anything that you talked about with your counsel.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you have an understanding why a press conference was held?
Yes. I knew that it was very important to have a video of that particular activity. It would just be convincing and would settle this beyond all doubt.
Like a GoPro.
Exactly like a GoPro. But all the other cameras up there had to be somebody. And that's what I knew. In fact, I even looked recently and put up a notice at Deer Valley if anybody had a copy.
After that press conference, did any GoPro videos surface?
No, none.
Have they ever?
No, never.
Terry, did you cause the ski collision with Miss Paltrow?
Absolutely not. I swear to my God and my family and my other Father in heaven, it's like, no, I did not.
Why did you bring this lawsuit?
Strike like religious oaths here.
Sustained. And
Why did you bring
the jury
this?
should disregard the last part of the last response.
Why did you bring this lawsuit?
You know, I realized after a period of time that no one believed how serious my injuries were. Just because I wasn't out and interacting continuously didn't mean there was something wrong with me. I really, really wanted an opportunity. I knew there was damages, and then there was lots of insults added to that singular incident. Lots of insults along the way, dozen of other times where everything went contrary to my value system. And I just went, you know what? My daddy would say, if you got the truth, you bring the truth, don't let anybody back you down. And that's what I felt I needed to do, and I'm here to prove that truth, only with facts.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Orman.
Okay, here comes the cross.
Mr. Owens.
And it is Mr. Owens. He's the one that's been objecting.
So I caught a cold, so I'm kind of keeping my distance from people. Let's see, where's that little microphone that moves?
Just on the table.
Oh, there it is. Thank you.
Gwyneth tells him where the microphone is. That's funny. His injuries don't necessarily mean she hit him. Correct.
Sorry, I'm going to be wiping my nose a little. And with this climate and dry air, I might have a bloody nose.
Oh, that'll be great.
Yes.
And no one's going to reuse that microphone after him, apparently. That's my call.
All right, let's talk about a few things.
He's going to start the bus and try to drive through that gap.
So we're not going to get done with you today because we have witnesses this afternoon, but I think we can go till noon. Is that all right with you?
Yes, sure. Whatever you like.
Did you ever say to me, I wrote, I'm famous because it's cool that I had a collision with a celebrity. Was that your thinking at the time? And you said yes. Do you deny it?
Not if you have it on record, no. I don't deny it. I don't remember it. But
Well, let's go to page 15. Can you bring that up? Move to publish the deposition.
Here goes
Your Honor, he said he doesn't deny it, so why are we publishing?
Because he earlier denied it.
I'll overrule the objection and permit that portion of the deposition to be published.
May I ask when this happened?
Sure. Like 1 hour ago, 2 hours ago, you told this jury, I've never thought it was cool that I had a collision with a celebrity. Do you recall that?
Yes, I guess I did say that, absolutely.
And that's not a true statement, is it? You have said this in your deposition, true?
Honestly, I don't ever remember saying it.
Bring it up whenever you
but
can.
I don't doubt you. I misspeak a lot.
Okay, this is page 15.
I misspeak a lot. That'll come back to bite him.
Through 8. So the words "I'm famous," this is my question, seem to say, I think it's cool that I had a collision with a celebrity. Was that your thinking at the time? And your answer was yes. I guess, yes. Now let's go to your weight. You testified today that you were 163 and 5'5". True?
Yes, I did.
And do you agree that at your deposition you told me you were 175 to 180 and 5'8"? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Qualified, yes.
No, I don't want to qualify.
I can't
Did you
answer
tell
this.
me that?
Like
I said, how much do you weigh? And you said 175, 80. How much did you weigh? And then you said 5'8". How high are you? How tall are you? 3 inches different, right?
I just found that out. I didn't realize. I've had
Sir,
people telling me that.
You
honestly.
told this jury that at the time of the accident you were 163 and 5'5". Did you not, like 2 hours ago?
I did, yes. Yes.
But you told me in your deposition years ago that you were 170 to 180 and 5'8". True?
How many years ago did we do this?
3 years ago.
I've lost a lot of weight. I'm down to my usual weight.
You know we're interested not now in your weight today. We're interested in your weight on the day.
Thank you. I knew where that was
Do you
going.
agree you were 5'8"?
Yes.
Have you shrunk 3 inches?
I couldn't believe it either. I wanted to argue because I think I'm 5'8" yet.
You do have degenerative back disease, and those discs are getting squeezed. Is that why?
I have to say yes. I've always been 5'8.5", and I knew I shrunk a half an inch, but 3, wow.
Mr. Sanderson, we're trying, in counsel, let's not speak on top of one another so that we have a clear, clean record.
You're right. Yes, Your Honor.
When we talked about you being unconscious, and do you agree that someone who's unconscious doesn't have a stopwatch to figure out how long they were actually unconscious?
I agree. That's true.
Everything you've learned was from Craig after the collision.
No.
Yeah, that's over vague, and I'll withdraw it because I agree that's
Not
over
everything.
broad.
It's not everything. Sorry.
Right. As far as level of length of unconsciousness, do you agree that you weren't stopwatching yourself?
I have no idea.
Yeah. And yet you did tell people it varied over time. First a few seconds, then 5 minutes, then 10 minutes. You did that, right? Do you disagree?
Yes, it did vary.
And why did you do that? Why would you say, I don't know, then it's a few seconds, then it's 5 minutes, and then you told your psychiatrist at the VA it was up to 10 minutes long? Why did you change?
I had no idea, and I was searching. I really had no idea, and I was trying to answer. I sometimes make that mistake of guessing, but I really didn't know.
And it was to try to get the attention of the doctor. Do you remember telling me that?
I don't. I don't know how to.
Let's find it.
I think the goal is to get him to snap.
Let's go to page 95.
They want to see an angry Terry.
Which deposition, 1, 2, or 3?
1. They're all cumulative, so the page will tell you that. Page 95. starting at
The lawyer's back there completely lost. Where are we? James is not playing around. He's
line
ready.
7.
He's got everything ready. It's going to be up on the
When you
the
first
Elmo in
tell
no
your
time.
healthcare providers a few seconds, and then later it turned into 5 minutes, and then later it turned into 10 minutes, do you know that you gave varying answers to people? And then whenever you can pull it up, page 95.
Yes.
The witness says, and then can we go to the middle paragraph? Yes, I do. And that was referencing the fact I personally did not know. I was not a witness to how long I was unconscious. And so somebody told me it was 2 seconds, and somebody said it was 10 seconds, 10 minutes. And so I didn't know. It was hard for me to say. And then, next paragraph, it depends on my visit. If I want to make a deal out of it, and that was the reason for my visit, then I might say for 10 minutes. I might pick the worst. That's kind of how we are. We go to the doctor's attention. We go to get the doctor's attention about a specific thing. And it wasn't at that point how long I was unconscious was not a point of relevance for me. That's your testimony, correct?
I'm even confused by those statements, so.
Yes or no?
Yes, it is.
By the way, when we took your deposition, there's a lot of formality to it. Too, you're placed under oath just like the one you were put on today.
Yeah.
And your counsel's present, and you were able to talk to them before. Yes.
And I think I had,
Yes.
11 hours or so of deposition?
I can't really hear you, sir, but my question is, you had your advice of your counsel there.
Yes.
And I asked at the beginning of the deposition, is there any reason why you can't give me your best testimony today? And you said no, correct?
Yes.
And I even told you, I think, that if you testified differently at your deposition than you would in front of this jury, I would call it to their attention. Do you recall this?
Yes.
And you took an oath, and you then had the opportunity to make any changes to your deposition transcript. Is that true?
Yes.
And did you?
No, I don't remember making any changes. I think I made 2 with you. I said 2 corrections and that I remembered.
Okay. You
And
didn't.
you
You
took
didn't
them.
make some, and counsel told you let's not submit those.
I haven't looked at these depositions at all. Not at all.
Do you dispute that? Well, I heard you call Eric Christensen, a Deer Valley instructor for 40 years, a bully. Did you say that?
I did say that, yes.
And that he was yelling at your face.
Yes. I figured out. I didn't actually know that until.
And we'll meet him at 1 o'clock. Deer Valley's known, or at least puts itself out there, doesn't it, as like the most customer friendly they could possibly be. Do you agree?
I agree.
It's like the Chick-fil-A of ski resorts.
Were your skis on or off at the end of the collision, do you know?
Absolutely, they were on.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So you do remember some things after.
Yes.
Okay. And Craig, by the way, you said you weren't here for your daughters, but you haven't been here for several statements, right?
Several, yes.
It was more than just like, I don't want to make my daughters uncomfortable. You haven't been here for many.
I didn't.
Yeah. And Sam Goldstein said part of the reason is you don't take criticism well. Do you agree with that statement?
I always want to be a better person, and I even tell my kids, if I'm doing something wrong, tell me. I want to be better.
All right. So do you agree or disagree with this statement? Mr. Sanderson does not take criticism well.
hard for me to measure that. I've not been around other humans as much as I have been in the past. So it's hard for me to measure that. Honestly, I don't.
Do you agree that when Whitney came with the toboggan, she asked you what happened, and you said, "I don't know"? Do you agree with that statement?
If that's on the record, I don't disagree with it. I don't remember that particular part of our interaction. I just remember she said something to me, and
it's the first question, right? Ski patroller comes up. By the way, you've hurt yourself before skiing, true?
Never needing help, right?
Before this incident, though, you injured your knee.
I had when I first learned to ski that first year.
All right,
Beaver.
So you don't dispute that the first thing Whitney asked you was like, "How are you?" And what happened? Do you agree those are like the first two questions?
I have no recollection of those questions. I don't.
Betsy, that's funny.
I would think she would reach out to me, but I don't.
Did you ever complain to Deer Valley about Eric Christensen, like I was treated like a bully?
I had a lot of time to think about it.
Yes or no?
I don't know if I did. I think when I contacted Deer Valley, I was just after I wanted to find out who hit me, and I wanted to copy the records, and I didn't bring it up.
Yeah, you never once wrote to Deer Valley like, "Hey, your ski instructor is a total SOB to me. He treated me poorly."
That's correct. I didn't bring it up because I did not
No objection
want
there.
to cause some anger from them. I wanted to copy and find out who hit me.
But 7 years later, you're here saying he was terrible to me, just terrible. Craig Ramon said words to the effect that Christensen said to Ramon, "Your buddy took out Gwyneth Paltrow." Did you hear those words?
I did.
You personally heard them with your... So now I want to be clear because I'm not trying to confuse you. Did you hear them when you were on the ski slope? Okay. And Ramon did not do anything to try to set the record straight at that point. Do you know anything about that?
About who hit me?
Correct.
When we got down into the
at that
medical
point
care.
was my question. On the mountain.
Yeah, on the mountain, but in the shed. I was...
Okay. You said your skis were on after the collision. Do you recall your head being downhill or uphill?
Absolutely downhill. I was going down, and absolutely.
So several witnesses say the opposite, and you disagree?
I disagree absolutely because I couldn't get up.
And where was Gwyneth's head when she came to arrest? Head down, head up?
I have no idea. As far as I know, she didn't exist.
Because you didn't see anything?
I was out. I had no idea. Everything else is what I heard.
Did you tell Eric Christensen, according to his report, that she appeared right in front of me? Yes or no?
No.
So he just made that up?
Must have.
Deer Valley just falsified a record. Is that your opinion?
I never would have said that. I knew where it came from.
You know you sued Deer Valley in this claim, true?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance?
Sustained.
And we're not dealing with any of that today. True? We're not dealing with this.
Objection, relevance, move to strike.
Sustained. The question is stricken and the jury should disregard.
So, Your Honor, I just want to be able to ask if you're willing, is you're not suing Deer Valley today?
Your Honor, objection, third objection now, move to strike again.
Sustained, stricken,
Okay.
disregard, please.
I hear you saying you were flying through the air after she hit you. Did you say those words? Yes
Today?
Yes or no?
Today?
Today.
Today I did.
The case got thrown out, Deer Valley.
With regard to relationships prior, you had 2 divorces, true?
I did, yes.
And then was it about 10 years of just dating various different other women?
I guess I wouldn't know exactly. Wouldn't be unreasonable, maybe.
Well, I'm just saying if the incident occurred in 2016, when was your second divorce? About 10 years
30
earlier?
ago. I'm thinking 30 years ago, I'm thinking.
Yeah. All right. So, I mean, it's nice that Carlene, you'd found a nice partner, but you were not engaged. Is that true?
We were not.
And
That's
she
where we
was
had-
actually living hundreds of miles away from you?
We went back and forth. It's 3 hours, 4 hours maybe, the most.
A couple 100 miles, I think, isn't it?
I don't know.
St. George.
250.
We'll move on.
Thank you.
210 miles, something like that. No, 250. I don't remember.
Do you recall saying that you agreed that saying I'm famous was a crazy thing to say? Agree?
Absolutely, it's not me. I don't buy into that.
But it was you, right? Just to be
Right.
clear. When you say it wasn't me, it was in fact you.
It's the other personality that's inhabiting my body right now.
And you blame Gwyneth Paltrow for that.
Yes, no question.
Do you recall having a kind of a stroke event like 10 years or so before the incident?
Yeah, but that diagnosis has been changed.
But it's an ischemic retinal occlusion,
Probably due to a migraine.
and you lost your right eye in that.
I lost some vision in that eye, yes.
And that was one of the reasons you retired.
One of many. Mhm.
Yeah. In terms of your anger, do you agree you sought therapy for anger management about 10 years ago?
I don't.
Or 15 years ago? I guess 06, about the time of your second divorce. Because if you
I don't
deny it, we're going
remember.
to pull it up.
I don't remember that purpose, but yes, okay. Was I seeing a shrink or?
So you
I
can't
don't
ask
know.
me questions, unfortunately.
Sorry, thank you.
All I'm trying to have you say yes or no, and then we go to documents if we need to. So do you agree that you were seeing a therapist at the VA for anger management about 10 years even before the incident?
I honestly don't remember it, but if you say so, I believe you.
Yeah, I can't testify. So if you
I don't.
dispute it, then we go to the record.
I don't look at these records. I have it, 5,000 pages.
So you don't dispute it?
I don't.
Okay. And
He's playing hardball.
did you tell Shay that there was a GoPro recording?
Absolutely not.
Do you recall at the exact time of this event, going down the hill, you were sort of crossing over to the right? Does that sound accurate?
No.
You were always on the right?
Yes.
Okay, Christensen is going to testify this afternoon, so we'll talk about that. And do you agree in the 5 seconds or so before the collision, there was a female skier, kind of beginner-ish, on your left?
Yes.
And do you agree that you actually tilted your head to the left to sort of confirm that you weren't going to hit her, that she would be okay?
After the accident?
5 seconds before the
Before,
accident.
no.
Did you so testify ever?
I saw her. I don't know. What I remember is I always saw her. She was a little uncomfortable, and I gave her a little more room. Just kind of what you do.
And did
Passing
you,
on your right.
And did you turn because of your right eye is blind?
No.
Did you turn toward her?
No reason to.
Look, you did not.
No.
Okay, we'll pull that up in
Please.
probably at our next visit.
Here's the question: if he gets to be on the stand twice, does he get to
You
talk to his
texted
attorneys in the
about
middle?
Whitney, the toboggan person, how happy you were with
About
her.
his testimony.
True?
I did, yes. Give her full credit.
And we've both read it. It's pretty articulate, pretty detailed, right?
It is.
You knew you were being subjected to a brain test, like a memory test.
Well, I'm not. Okay, go ahead.
Right? Didn't you tell us that? When she said, I want you to remember some things.
Yes, oh yes, absolutely.
Okay, you knew you were being subject to a brain memory test.
I've never focused so hard.
And you came through with flying colors, right?
I did.
You knew them all?
I did.
Remember President Trump said they gave me 5 things to remember and I got them all. Do you remember this?
I don't pay attention. No.
Sustained.
You called her a sweetheart and then she entertained you. And that was all really within a half hour of the incident? A half hour of the collision? Is that true?
I don't remember the time frame. Carlene may have been there by then. I don't know. She was helpful.
But it was at the base where the toboggan went down to.
Yes.
That was, that wasn't, well, tell me, is that at the bottom of Deer Valley or is that a mid-level
Mid-level,
clinic?
I think it was mid-level.
All right. And
I was so-
is there a picture of you two in a wheelchair smiling? Do you remember that picture?
I haven't seen it.
Ever?
I don't remember seeing it, no.
Shay mentioned it, that there was a picture of you, and maybe it was at the Instacare. Do you remember any picture of you in the Instacare in a wheelchair smiling?
No, I don't.
Okay, and I asked you about it, and you said I just smiled because they told me.
If somebody says smile.
Someone said smile, and you smiled.
I don't.
Does this
remember.
ring a bell from your deposition?
It does not.
Okay.
But that's.
So you took a picture of Whitney, right?
I did.
Composed that very nice email with all the details, and then you sent it to your group.
Probably. I don't say I composed it. Could have had Carlene's help. She may have been there then.
And that's, well, you did it though, right? You came up with those exact words. Carlene didn't do that.
I may have helped her.
Well, she doesn't know she grew up in Michigan, that she's won the Deer Valley collision, or the Deer Valley Grand whatever race, right?
That's right.
All right.
She doesn't know that.
Do you think Carlene was present at the Deer Valley Clinic?
I know she wasn't at the Deer Valley Clinic. No, absolutely not.
Okay.
No. It was when we got
may have
home.
misunderstood
She was
that.
on her way.
Do you remember Carlene didn't buy into this? Was that your quotes in terms of your... did you say those words just like an hour or two ago?
Carlene didn't buy into what, Mr. Owens?
Do you remember saying those words? She wasn't buying into this?
What was the question?
It was why your relationship with her deteriorated after the collision.
I misspoke. I absolutely.
This guy is. He did say
not
that.
sure I understand the.
Okay. To be clear on that issue, and I realize I'm jumping around, but I'm keeping an eye on the clock. Did you, with regard to Carlene, it sounds like you shut it down. You shut the relationship down. Is that true?
I made a very strong statement that she was going to be better off without me. Yes.
And you told her that?
Yes.
So Carlene was here a couple days ago and said, he never told me. Did you tell her? I had no idea why.
I told her what I said. What I thought I said was, Carlene, you got to run. I don't want you stuck with me.
Wow.
And I know you would stay by me. I know she would.
So then you started calling your daughters, it sounds like, even before the I'm famous thing. Is that true?
I don't remember that, honestly.
Shay said she took a call from you about 6 something.
Okay.
So about 6 hours later.
Okay.
Have you ever read her depositions?
No.
By the way, or Jenny's?
No. I told him I wouldn't.
Okay. And they had even expressed like, hey Dad, we're kind of concerned because we got to talk about you and how you were growing up and things, and we're kind of concerned that it will hurt your feelings. Do you recall this?
I didn't know why, but I don't remember them telling me that. I decided that before.
All right, so you're at the clinic. You take a picture. This is at this on the Deer Valley Hill. You take a picture of Ramon and one of the other skiers, and they're all smiles. Did you know that?
Boy, that's a little bit. I do kind of remember that.
Can you bring up the picture of
I
Ramon?
do.
Sure.
Yeah, I believe that did happen.
And
I don't remember them being smiles.
okay, we'll
people.
pull it up here.
Okay.
And do you have the number D? I'm going to find it. 1 second.
How do you think Mr. Sanderson feels he's doing in his testimony?
D87 moved to
Deep
admit.
breathing, yoga, relaxation, focus.
I
See if you
think
can
it was.
reset here.
If not, no objection.
Go ahead.
D87 received?
Do you remember, and I can give you a hard binder if you want. It looks like the monitor's working. Do you recognize that you took this picture?
I recognize the picture, and I probably did take it.
All right.
Smile, you know.
When you went to the Instacare, do you have a personal memory of that?
I really don't. I don't remember if I had an X-ray. It's like,
Okay, I think the physician assistant's coming tomorrow, but he wrote no signs of confusion.
Oh.
Do you dispute that?
No, I wasn't there. Not him.
Do you agree that in your post-collision talk with Shay about 6 hours after the incident, you told her, "I'm okay"?
That would be me. My
Yes.
parents didn't find out I was divorced until the last day. I don't want to put them through that misery. I don't share my information.
All right, so I think that's a yes, but I'm going to re-ask it because we need to get it clear. At 6 o'clock, just 6 hours after the collision, did you tell your daughter Shay, "I'm okay"? Yes?
Yes.
Asked and answered.
Thank you.
Overruled?
And then on the hill itself, with the accident having occurred just in the prior minutes, do you agree that someone asked you, "Are you okay"?
That is absolutely, beyond a doubt, wrong. No one spoke to me when I was needing help. No one stopped. No one.
So your testimony is Eric Christensen just sat there and looked at an unconscious man for several minutes. Is that your testimony?
Yes, he never said one word to me that I recall. Maybe when he got me up.
So Ramon, although he did try to change his deposition, did say that at one point you said, "I'm okay." Do you dispute it?
I dispute it.
Now,
I
to
never felt
dispute it,
okay.
you have to know everything you said, right? Like, I know everything I said, and I didn't say it. Are you saying you have a perfect memory of what you said on that hill just after the collision? Yes or no?
I knew.
That's an argumentative.
That's not argumentative.
Overruled?
Yes or no?
Can you restate the question?
Say yes or no, please.
Question again, please.
Yes.
There it is.
Do you agree that you do not have a perfect memory of what you told others after in the 1, 2 minutes, 3 minutes after the collision? Or do you have a perfect memory?
Well, that word is so ultimate, perfect.
Right.
No, the answer would be no, it's not perfect.
Okay. So it's possible you said, for instance, Eric Christensen is going to testify, first witness this afternoon, that you told him, "I'm okay." Do you dispute it?
I dispute it. I
Okay.
never felt safe and like anybody was there to help me.
And then
I would not have said it.
He's about to testify that not only he was there, but a ski patroller duo came over one of them came over and said, "Do you guys need any help?" or words to that effect, and that you consulted with Ramon and then said no. Do you dispute it?
I absolutely would have said no. I never said safe.
So I don't want to say what I would have said. I want to know if you remember. Do you remember that?
No,
you,
I don't remember.
In fact, you don't even remember that ski patrollers came by. True?
No, I do not remember that.
Yeah.
Ever.
He's just destroyed this guy's case.
We talked about your right eye, but your left eye also has some severe vision loss. Is that true?
No. I see 20/20 in that eye.
Did you have a cataract in that eye?
I did.
And that cataract's been removed
Yes.
since the ski collision?
Yes.
I think the jury can make the decision.
There's a
now.
report on
Really.
February 4, 2015 that his vision in his left eye is decreasing, blind in right eye. Was your left eye decreasing 1 year before the ski collision?
Increasing in visual acuity or
Sorry.
in prescription?
Decreasing. Was your left eye decreasing?
Yes. Getting less need for prescription. But not the visual acuity.
Now, in addition
He just
to your
testified the
stroke,
opposite.
you also had your heart was not perfect. Do you agree? Before the ski collision?
Perfect. Of course, I couldn't agree with the word perfect, no.
Palpitation. You had palpitations? Agreed?
Had them most of my life.
Yeah. How many years?
40 years probably.
And what's the lay term for palpitation? Is it just
It's called
unusual beat?
It's just a little out of sync that happens when I'm really tired, or if I've been on the treadmill too long or running too long and hard, then it will get a little funny syncope. It's called PCVs.
So your beat's off. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, but it's nothing.
Yeah.
I notice it doesn't change.
Okay. But you were on two different high blood pressure medications. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And that's because one wasn't adequate. You needed both.
Well,
Objection relevance.
We're going to I can explain if you want, Your Honor, that this event changed his
witnesses that to which this forms part of their opinion.
Sure, his overall health. Yes.
There's no claim that his heartbeat or anything was affected by this accident.
Your Honor, he says this has utterly changed his life.
Yeah, just a minute. Counsel, would you approach, please?
They shouldn't argue in front of the jury. That's why they're approaching here. Let's see if he gets another deep breathing, closes his eyes, focus, because I think he's struggling to keep his composure on the witness stand. Wow. Yes, let's please be nice. Be nice. Let's just focus on the case here and the performance of the various people. I'm not sure if I told you before. I closed out the poll, and we had about 80% of the people who participated in the poll felt that Gwyneth Paltrow was more believable than Terry on the stand. So that's it's like 80-20 split. And I forget the number of people that took the poll, but we haven't had the bus through the privilege conversation yet. I'm not sure if the judge is going to agree that he opened that door, so it might not ever get there. This guy on the stand kind of sounds all over the place, maybe because of his brain. Robert's for a couple of reasons. First of all, the questions are all over the place purposefully. We're not going chronologically through events. The lawyer is intentionally jumping back and forth to make it difficult for him to maintain a line or a story if he believes that he's made up a story, to try to throw him off base, because he never knows where he's going to go next. He's trying to push him. I saw some video. Is there video evidence found? Crusoe, no. The link that I think we heard about in the opening statements that Mr. Owens talked about, Mr. Owens felt that it was this GoPro video was on that link. And the link since has been accessed by a member of the public who just, all they had to do was basically type in that URL into the Wayback Machine and see what used to be there before it was deleted. And we now have the document. That was just a picture of the ski resort employee and some chatter back and forth about the event, but no video. So we're not, at this point, there's no video that we're aware of. I don't think we had a vote after Gwyneth testified. Just had a vote during the break after Mr. Terry and compared her to Gwyneth. Terry's unbelievable. Paltrow, also unbelievable. They both have lied, in my opinion, just the way I see it. Jenny, yeah. Paltrow is a trained actress. She literally...
Afternoon recess at this time and return at 1:30. Thank you.
Okay, so we're taking a break. She literally lies. Well, it's a type of a lie. She presents herself as something she's not. She acts like she is Pepper Potts and responds the way Pepper Potts would in Iron Man. So being able to act in a way as to make people who watch you believe that something else is the case, that's what she does for a job. So I think she did so well, if that's what she was doing on the stand.
May be seated. So, counsel, consistent with the motion in limine ruling that the court gave at the before trial, Mr. Sanderson, you can certainly step down.
There goes Gwyneth.
There was a laundry list of medical issues, and medical issues, if they're relevant, they absolutely should come in. If they're not relevant, they should not come in. So there will need to be, I need from you an assurance that this is a conditional relevance situation, and that you will tie in the relevance later, and not just a vague statement from an expert that this guy had a lot of health problems before. I need to know, it needs to be tied in. So maybe you want to look at the reports or depositions to make sure that whatever it is that you're examining this witness on will be tied in later by a medical expert as to the relevance, either before or after. Either one of those would be relevant.
James is sort of on the damages end, so I'll defer to him on the specifics. But we are talking, when they say it's utterly ruined my life, we're talking about the whole package. And aging is one of the primary, just normal aging is one of the primary issues for our experts. And so we got to look at the whole package, not how about this heart thing, and how about this prostate thing, and how about this. We will argue, and our experts will back it, is that that's the reason he is kind of slowly deteriorating, progressive aging. Okay.
So take a look at what the opinions will be, and if you feel as though they're tied in, then you can go into those areas.
If he feels they're tied in, he can go in.
Issue. Okay, I just want to kind of put this on the stand.
That's an open door.
I had 7 witnesses lined up. I was supposed to take over the case this morning at 9 a.m. Many are out of state. Plaintiff's counsel, I don't dispute everyone's working hard, but it has significantly thrown off my witness list to the point that I'm actually having to cancel witnesses, and so that we can read their transcripts. And some people, some of our experts in particular, flying in out of state, I can testify during this small window. And as of last night, they were going to be done at 10, then it was 11, and they still haven't rested.
They were delayed today because of weather.
True. I guess I'm not really blaming people, except for I still don't have the case. They're not ready to rest. Multiple assurances that they were going to rest on Friday. Thank you.
Okay. And also for the record, the court didn't issue an order concerning, when one case must be rested and one other must be rested. I've been leaving it up to counsel to work that out, and from my perspective, it looks like everyone's doing the best they can.
Everyone's working hard. I don't dispute it, but it's hard when I have like kids flying in.
Understand.
You want any response to that, or should we just hold our peace?
Why don't we take lunch?
Hold your peace.
Be back at 1:30.
That's an hour and a half. Yes, Gwyneth Paltrow just left.
You're getting a printout for the amount of trial time that's been used so far.
She leaves every time the jury leaves. She's only present
as we
when the
get
jury
to
is
a working
present,
printer.
but she's been there every day when the jury's there, as opposed to Mr. Sanderson, who has been gone for basically any testimony that may present anything negative about him. Other questions: what insurance might cover this type of accident? A nice, healthy umbrella policy could cover this type of accident for Gwyneth Paltrow. And so there's a good chance her lawyers are being paid for by an insurance policy. Let's see what else. Yeah, there's all sorts of health conditions they're going to be mentioning here. This watch this. See the long-haired photographer there, Mr. Rapunzel. I don't know what his name is. I mean, I'm not saying that. This cameraman and the witness do not like, or the plaintiff do not like each other. He got right in the guy's face earlier, and it was pretty interesting. Kids flying in on private jets. It sounds like the kids have to fly back to school, and we might only get their written testimony and not have them testify on the stand, which is probably better for Gwyneth Paltrow. She would rather have it that way than have her kids dragged into this. They've got some testimony that can be read in. It'll be boring for us, but better for them. Also, our homeowner's policy, believe it or not, provides liability coverage off premises. Yeah, whichever policy is best suited to cover it. I mean, some policies might have some overlap, but there would be some that would be primary and others would be secondary. So we'll see. She's not going to have to pay anything out of pocket, I don't think. I'd be surprised if she doesn't have adequate coverage to handle that. Let's see. We've all had health issues, so if injured in an accident, we need to remember everything. We need to remember everything? Question mark. GP got up and walked away. Terry didn't. He required medical attention, that he should be compensated. The problem they're getting at, and the testimony they're getting that we'll hear from other witnesses, including Deer Valley, which, as Terry has admitted on the stand, Deer Valley is extremely customer service oriented. I made the little joke that they're like the Chick-fil-A of ski resorts. Chick-fil-A, if you're not familiar with the restaurant, is a restaurant that focuses on the customer experience and the customer being not just like right, but it's an honor to serve the customer type thing. We've heard lawyers say that it's my honor to represent Alex Murdaugh. You know, I'm honored to be his attorney type thing. This attitude is what is taught and required of the employees at Chick-fil-A. A very friendly, outgoing. Anytime you say thank you, their response is our pleasure type thing. You know, it's you know, we are here to serve you type thing. That is what you get at Deer Valley. And this witness, this plaintiff, is saying that his experience was they came up and yelled at him or swearing at him, you know, and left him, you know, bleeding in the snow type thing, you know, which goes against a lot of, you know, multiple people who will testify. It will go against all of that. So it seems less credible. The fact that his testimony is changing a great deal from when he had his deposition to now. And even how he's changing about what he said, where he clearly said, I told her to leave because she wasn't buying any of this, saying that his partner did not believe that he had a brain injury. And so he's like, look, you need to go type thing. And I told her to get out. She testified that never happened. But and then when he's questioned about that earlier in the day, an hour ago, he's like, I didn't say that. No, I misspoke type thing. His credibility is slipping there. Okay, I missed Katrina's good question. Where is that? Is it possible for the jury to say, we don't believe either of you, nobody gets anything, just go home? Yes. Yes, they can do that. Zero damages. Why can't kids testify via Zoom? I don't know. They might. I think they'll be back in school. One is on spring break. So Gwyneth is a person of privilege, and she doesn't much care about others, in my opinion. She walked away from accident. Puzzlement, I see that, but at the same time, look at it from Gwyneth's perspective and say, what if her story was true, where there was an accident, and she's there with her instructor. The Deer Valley guy is right there at the same time, and he's saying, is everybody okay? And according to the stories and the testimony you're going to hear from them, they say, yes, everyone's fine. Is everyone all right? Yeah, I'm all right. We're good. You need any help? No. At that point, her skiing away is not a problem. And if that is true, then her behavior is fine. I guess the jury's going to decide which one was telling the truth. I can't remember the plaintiff's age right now off the top of my head for some reason. It's old age, apparently. Last week I could, but this week I can't. My pleasure. Yes. Did this break hurt GP defense by giving the doctor a break to compose a bit? Any break in a line of questioning would be, well, it would both hurt and help. Okay, because in this, you've got Mr. Owens questioning the plaintiff, and he wants to push him and get him riled up and get him to answer, and hopefully, really honestly in his mind, hopefully snap back in anger, get him to show this other side type thing, and to get him, obviously just impeach his credibility, to get him to counter his own claims, to say that people that he loves that were telling the truth were actually lying. He's trying to do all this, but at the same time, the break that resets that. Terry's going to be able to, do his yoga, whatever it is, deep breathing, reset, and start again, and be more calm and in control. But in the break as well, Mr. Owens is going to go over what he said and go back and find things that he missed, find things that they didn't catch initially and that were a layer deep, and say, hey, let's go back and look at this. I wouldn't have caught this in the moment while I was thinking about everything I'd already prepared, but now that I've had a moment to talk about this, let's revisit. So it's sort of a two-headed coin, and they both have benefits from it. I love these companies with customer service demands on minimum wage employees. That's one of the things about Chick-fil-A. They pay a lot more than minimum wage as well. And they have a ton of employees. That's just one of the things about them. I think they pay, well, considering it's fast food, right? So it's comparable to a Wendy's or a McDonald's or things like that. But I think they pay, in my area, I think, and I'm in North Carolina, they were paying $12 to $15 an hour, where minimum wage is under 10. It's not a living wage, but because kids don't do Zoom, they could testify through TikTok in 60-second bites. And that little sound clip is bugging me. I'm going to turn off their audio. There we go. Now it won't bug me anymore. All right, we're gonna take a lunch break. We've got an hour and 15 minutes, so we'll be back in 1 hour. Everyone's gonna get lunch today. You can go out and go to Chick-fil-A if you have one nearby and experience that for yourself. Let's see. I think I've followed most of the questions. Let's see. What fast food do you have in North Carolina? Northern Fried Chicken. We have Chick-fil-A, we have Popeyes, we have Hardee's, which it's the same company as Carl's Jr., but out here they call them Hardee's, but the same menu. We have a lot of barbecue, tons of barbecue joints, and several whole hog barbecue where they cook the whole pig, and then they cover it in like vinegar, and then you eat it. But we've got a lot of that. And then we have the regular. We've got Wendy's and Dairy Queen and McDonald's and all those. Today was my day to possibly be a juror. I was dismissed. I'm relieved and disappointed. A cool experiment to see how many jurors are selected. Awesome, Michelle. Glad you can be with us, and sorry you didn't get a chance to see firsthand the inside. Could this result in criminal charges? No, it's just civil. If it is an alleged hit and run, that part was thrown out specifically. I asked earlier, but had to nip away. I wasn't sure if anyone answered. Lisa, great questions, all of them. No, this is entirely civil. The worst thing that could happen in this case is one party would have to pay the other party, and specific damages. So it's just a civil case. No no incarceration, no matter what the decision is. Enjoy lunch. Yes, Burger King, we have them as well. Panda Express. That's more in the fine dining. I don't put that in the fast food category. Panda Express is delicious. Where in North Carolina? I'm in Eastern North Carolina. An hour to two from the ocean. Sort of halfway between Raleigh and the ocean type thing. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's everything. You know what that means? That means I get time to catch up on all the text messages that are coming on the burner phone as we get going. It's Monday. My brain is not waking up today. I do apologize. Maybe if I eat a little bit for lunch, do a little meditation myself, and just reset that way, it'll be good. But, all right. Key to longevity: don't eat fast food. Hold your horses. That is wisdom. Wisdom. As long as you don't include Panda Express in that list. White Castle, Maryland Fried Chicken in Orlando. I'm not far from Greenville, North Carolina. Very different, smaller town. Will somebody please explain to me what is so good about Panda Express? Yes, we're going to have to. Let's reset. We're going to kill the music. Mustang guy, you just hit a great question. A great question. Panda Express has honey walnut shrimp that are unbelievable. You get the chow mein, you get the honey walnut shrimp, maybe a double order of honey walnut shrimp, and then a spare, a third side of orange chicken, and you eat them with chopsticks. And I think that answers your question. That's what's so good about it. Anyway, just kidding. We're going to be done. We're going to go take some lunch. Now that we've talked about food, I am ready for it. I'm going to vacate my chair briefly, but I will return. A&W opened. They've had to plow snow out of their lot 3 times. Poor car hops. Once again, ignored. Gabrielle, what did I ignore you about? I've ignored a lot of people. Let me see if I can find it. Truth be told, Chick-fil-A is not good to all their customers. That is really debatable. If you look at the polls, the statistics show that they're far and above treatment of all their other competitors as far as politeness to the customer. They rank so much higher in the polls. Chick-fil-A is one of the better fast food places around where I live. I like them. It's good. I like their nuggets. Is Chick-fil-A an RA sponsor? They should be. I agree. I think they should cater our lunch for us. All right. It's been a fun day. Thank you all. We will be back for part 2 in the afternoon. We'll be back in just under an hour. So I'll put the window up. The first person to chat, as always, wins the internet. If you'd like that to be you, make sure you have your setting turned on to get notified. Teriyaki chicken is the bomb at Panda Express. It's really good. I'm sorry, Mo. I've had some bad experiences there, but as well. Mostly it was when I went to a brand new one that was open and they didn't have any of the food. All they had was rice and nothing else. But I'm sorry you had some bad experiences. If you're not able to return in the afternoon, please, when you go home tonight, hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and stay safe till we go live again, which will be in just a few minutes. Well, after I get my proper video pulled up here. As the music fades away and I'm not ready to end because I have the podcast picture up. There we go. All right, we'll go live in about an hour. Thanks, guys. We'll see you after lunch. Bye. Sorry, Crafty Yella.